We're going to go ahead and start the council meeting. We can have the council so we can call the roll call.
Councilwoman Zendejas. Councilwoman Allen.
Present.
Councilwoman Price. Councilman Supernaw.
I'm here.
Councilwoman Mungo. Councilwoman Sorrow. Councilmember Uranga. Councilman Austin.
Here.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Here.
Mayor Garcia.
Thank you. We are going ahead and begin with our moment of silence and the pledge led by Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's take a moment and take a moment of silence and think of the refugees and those experiencing the situation in Afghanistan. Our thoughts, our hearts, and our prayers are with those impacted families. Now, please rise, join me. Place your right hand over your heart. Join me in the salute to our nation's flag. I pledge allegiance Thank you.
Thank you. We are going to go ahead and take a motion in a second for the consent calendar. I don't believe there's any public comment on the consent, so please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. We will also go ahead and take one vote on all the funds transfers. Those are item 24, 25, 26, 27, 31. I can have the clerk read those. Thank you.
Item 24, communication from Councilwoman Price, recommendation to increase appropriations in the City Manager Department by $416 to provide a donation to the Long Beach Camerata Singers. Item 25, communication from Councilwoman Zendejas, recommendation to increase appropriation in the City Manager Department by $2,500 to provide a donation to SheTech on behalf of Demo Chicks. Item 26, communication from Councilwoman Zendejas, recommendation to increase appropriation in the City Manager Department by $1,000 to Habitat for Humanity of Greater Los Angeles. Item 7, communication from Councilwoman Sorrow, recommendation to increase appropriations in the Parks, Recreation, and Marine Department in the amount of $5,890 to do a restoration of Dr. Martin Luther. And item 31, a communication from Councilman Supernaw and Councilwoman Zendejas, recommendation to increase appropriations in the City Manager Department for $550 to provide a contribution to Central Cha for support for their back-to-school resource fair and vaccination clinic.
Thank you, Councilwoman Price.
I urge support for these items. Thank you.
Councilwoman Allen
Yes, happy to support all these items.
and Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to speak to the item to restore the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. statue. I just want to share how much of a great importance and significant the statue is to our community in Long Beach, and that it's a representation of the deep African American history that we have here. It's installed in 1986 and has stood for a symbol of equity, equality, and justice. And that's why I want to make sure we pay respect and honor our elders who had done a lot of work to ensuring that there is equity and justice in Long Beach, and that by honoring their work, those who had helped put the statue together, this is how I want to pay respect, is to make sure we restore this and do improvement and upgrade to MLK Park, as well as the other parks in our district. So thank you very much.
Public comment on this? Kate Coates on the funds transfers.
Motion's carried.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and do the, we have 5 members of the public for public comment. Let's go ahead and do those, Madam Clerk.
First speaker is Carlos Cachon, Gail Brown, Abraham Zavala, Marianne Magic and Kathy Magic, if you can please line up. Carlos is the first speaker.
Hello. I'm residing at 5600 Orizaba, and this property was abandoned, and I want to turn it into a foster youth home for kids that are taken away from their parents. And I'm looking for help or looking for suggestions or to see how I could do that or what I would need to do that. And that's it. That's all I got. Just I need some help.
Thank you, sir. And I'm sure that make sure to connect with the council member of that area, and I'm sure someone will do that, and we'll get you some assistance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Gail Brown.
Hi, that's me. Thank you, Mayor and
Ms.
City
Brown,
Council.
we have to wear our masks on.
Oh, I do, sorry.
No problem.
My name is Gail Braun. I live at 25 Quincy in Long Beach. I'm speaking on behalf of the Quincy, Roycroft, and Ocean Boulevard neighbors. Last night, the zoning committee, there was a project approved by the zoning administrator. We're devastated last night that the project at 4601 East Ocean was approved. It blocks the view of the neighbors, creates more havoc in our alleys, and parking is already a challenge, and we feel it's going to lower our property value. This triplex will be an eyesore in our community. It will be a total overbuilt structure, and the garages, which are 6, will probably be for storage and not parking. You have before you the letters from the neighbors and pictures of the alleys nearby that we sent to the zoning administrator and the project manager. Scott last night, and I'm sorry I don't have his last name because I could not hear on the telephone because I didn't know how to Zoom. Scott last night encouraged us to call the city for pickup when there was couches, king-size bed, chairs, and from our previous tenants who are moving out and decide to dump their belongings in our alleys for us to deal with. He also asked Ms. Cronin, the project manager, about the view being blocked, and her answer was slight. The letter that I want to read to you was sent last night to the hearing officer after his decision from a neighbor that is exactly across from this project. She reads lips, and she is at work, so I felt it was appropriate for me to attend with her letter tonight to share it with you all. This letter she sent last night, I'm just going to paraphrase some of it. She's very upset. Her property is directly next to this property, this triplex. It's upsetting for the entire neighborhood, especially for me being the neighbor. Your decision has negatively impacted all of us financially, physically, and emotionally. All the surrounding neighbors came forth, 9 of us, with heartfelt letters to oppose this project, yet it seemed that it meant nothing at all. When Miss Marianne was asked about the obstructed view, and she said slight, Kathy Williams, very slight. She highly disagreed with the answer, and she was disappointed that we were not able to speak on behalf of ourselves and the neighbors. My husband's phone calls were cut off numerous times, and she only reads lips. The decision you took away was one thing that matters to all of us about living here. The view of the ocean, a safe and friendly environment with a place to park when you come home. Also, we'd like to know exactly how you're going to monitor the use of the garages for parking only. That is ridiculous and after the fact with the damage already done. We are not the parking police in the shore, nor is it our job. It is the job of the planning committee to ensure the integrity, the safety, the beauty of our neighborhood.
Ms. Braun, your time has expired.
May I just have one more second? One last line?
1 second, please.
Okay. I hope you actually had read the passionate, sincere letters. If not, please read them again.
Thank you
How
so
would
much.
you feel if next door your parents had a property
Thank you
and
so
had
much.
to deal with the triplex? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Since I only have 3 minutes to speak, I'll make this brief. My name is Marianne
You need
Magic.
to wear your mask, ma'am. Thank you.
I just didn't know. I want to be heard. My name is Mary Ann Magic. I live at 2290 Carfax. Thank you, Daryl, for reaching out to me because no one else did. Your office was the only office, and you're not even in my district. Stacy, yes. No, I know your assistant. He should be in your position, not you. So don't raise your hand. Yeah, no, I'm Mary Ann Magic. You never called me back. I am in your district, correct? District 5. Read your emails or call people back. Thank you. Don't raise your hand at me. It's not a pleasant day. We had to bury this man. I don't know if you had the privilege to see this. Stacy, I know you don't live in my city, so you might want to start to get to know Long Beach. That is the city you represent. So maybe you might want to start looking into that and not Los Alamitos. We don't need another soccer field. We need our park really just cleaned up and make it safe so we don't have to see needles. So we can bring our kids to our El Dorado Park, a park that I grew up in. I've been a resident. Okay, I was born and raised December 11th, 1967. I never left my city. I care about my city and the people in it, which is more than I can say for most of you. So listen and know. No, it's a fact. It's a fact. So I am here to say, when you do your budget today, there's a lot of money. Can you give us some safety lights so we can walk home safely, so we can walk our children safely at 5 o'clock, at 6 o'clock? I don't need to see at 2:30 when I'm trying to go to my local Starbucks, another strung out junkie. That's the video I sent you. Dividing your line of District 4 and 5. Please help us. The only people helping us right now are your foot soldiers of the police force, but thank you so much because their bosses don't even know how to help. We're in touch with our law enforcement. They're the only ones helping us, not you. Thank you for your time and thank you for listening to me today. By the way, Jay died Sunday. They pulled the plug. The family needs funds to bury him. Thank you for your time.
Can I ask that someone pass this out to all of you city officials? Get to know that name, Jim McManus. He laid in a street, your streets, Carfax Avenue and Stearns Street for almost 7 hours, unconscious. Still, we do not know what happened because Long Beach PD sent 2 officers out after a bystander found him at 4:40 in the morning. He left Avenue 3 Pizza after having a pizza and a beer to walk home, to not make it home to his loving wife, his 2 sons, and a grandson who adores him. And when the bystander found him and the paramedics came and the fire department, they made the call to tell Long Beach PD they weren't needed because the man was unconscious and couldn't give a statement. So those 2 officers did not take a report. They did not check the scene. He was left in the middle of the street, no clothes. His shirt was stripped, shoes, 1 sock gone, wallet, and watch. You guys did not answer emails, calls. The street is pitch black there. Supernaw, that's your district. You said you cleaned it up. If you cleaned it up, that shouldn't have happened. Jay would be alive. Or there would be a slim chance that that would have happened. Stacy, I live in your district. Born, raised, Long Beach resident, pleased to say it, but I am disgusted. I have been sending you emails for the last year about one house, you don't respond. I have the sent copies. I have the calls to your office. And then 7-Eleven, Simone's, Jay, all in a week. But you guys say, that's not my district. That's not my district. It all spills over. Clean up the city. We're sick of it. The residents deserve better. This family deserves better. That picture you have is right before he left with his cousin, Avenue 3. That's how he was found in the street. 7 hours later. I hope it haunts each of you until you do something about these streets and fix it, because we pay the tax dollars.
Ma'am, your time is up. Thank
You sit there and collect the paychecks. Do your damn job.
Abraham Zavala.
Thank you. Justice for Jay. Have a good evening.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Abraham Zavala from Long Beach Residents Empowered. I want to just bring up a subject that I've seen come up in previous meetings when we were here with the topic of housing element in the budget last time. We were here. There was a lot of community members who stayed past 8, past 9. So did you, of course. And no item is more important than the other. But I would ask just tonight. I know item 22 is going to be talked about, and there's a lot of folks, a lot of families outside who want to be heard and would like some time from you guys to hear what they have to say. So I would ask if city council could figure out a way to give maybe priority, or given the fact that given that it's a pandemic, right? We don't want a room full of a lot of people for too long of a time, and just considering that these are working class families, if you could figure out a way to perhaps give some priority to that subject, because they're super excited to share their stories with you. So that is what I want to come out. So thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. We have the first 3 items up are going to be the Lewis Registry, which has been requested to be moved up first. And I think Councilman Austin said it can be brief, that item. And then we're going to do the vaccination presentation from health. And then we're going to do the budget, which will be the 3rd item. And then after the budget, we will do all the other items on the agenda after the budget hearing. So let's go ahead and do item 23, please.
Communication from Councilman Austin, Councilwoman Zendejas, Councilwoman Allen, Councilwoman Sorrow. Recommendation to request city attorney to draft a resolution in support of the establishment of the law enforcement work inquiry system, and request city manager to have the Long Beach Police Department partner with the Lewis Registry.
Councilman?
Thank you so much. First, I'd like to thank my colleagues, council members Zendejas, Allen, and Sorrow for joining me on this item. And obviously, following the murder of George Floyd last year, one of the proposed reforms called for in policing at the federal and state levels was to create a nationwide registry of law enforcement officers who had been fired for misconduct, which would help curtail the ability of those officers to be hired elsewhere. The George Floyd Justice in Policing Act passed the House of Representatives in March of 2021, and among its provisions, the act would create a nationwide police misconduct registry at the Justice Department. However, as we all know, the prospects of passing the Senate and becoming law still remain uncertain. This is also one of the reforms identified here in our own city of Long Beach. One of the action items in the city's initial report on racial equity and reconciliation initiative under the goals of redesigning the police approach to community safety is to participate in policy reforms efforts at the state and federal levels to establish a federal or statewide database of complaints against police officers to inform hiring decisions. And that's a quote from our own policy initiative that was passed. Tonight's recommendations specifically address this goal. The USC Price Safe Communities Institute is working on establishing the first comprehensive, publicly available national catalog to collect data regarding officers fired or who resigned because of misconduct. And law enforcement agencies will also be able to access this critical analytical data regarding trends as well as patterns of potential misconduct casualties. The database is named for late civil rights pioneer Representative John Lewis. It's called the Law Enforcement Work Inquiry System, or Lewis Registry. The objective is to restore the public trust of law enforcement officers serving the community while also helping departments hire the best police candidates. And we all know that our city, Long Beach, has been proactive in recent years to implement policies addressing the use of force. This council has been supportive of that, and we've established the Office of Constitutional Policing in the police department this past year to reimagine traditional policing to foster equitable and constitutional public safety for our entire community. Long Beach is also Long Beach already does thorough background checks for hiring of police officers, one that exceeds state standards, according to Long Beach PD. And I will have a few questions for our police department just a little later, but I think it's very important that we introduce who the Lewis Registry is and allow them to talk a little bit about their program. And so I'd like to allow Dr. Earl Southers and welcome Dr. Earl Southers and Dr. Lauren Brown, the USC SEI postdoctoral scholar. I'd also invite them to give a brief presentation about the overview of the Lewis Registry, and if they can step forward. Welcome, Dr. Southers.
Thank you, Councilmember Austin, Councilmember Mungo. Not good to see you, Dr. Garcia, John. It's an honor and a privilege to be here. In the interest of full disclosure, I became a police officer 40 years ago. I wanted to be the solution to some of the problems that we were trying to fix. I served in 3 law enforcement agencies, the Santa Monica Police Department. I ended my uniform career at the LAX Airport Police as Assistant Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence, and in between I served in the FBI. I'm honored now to be the Director of the Safe Communities Institute, and if I could just show you a couple of items here to demonstrate how we have reached out over the past year to work on this initiative. As the council member mentioned, named after John Lewis, and we're honored and privileged to be able to name it after him. In this case, the acronym worked quite well for us because it is a law enforcement work inquiry system, and this saying here that John Lewis used to always say just really fits our mission with regards to the Lewis Registry. There's a couple of things that we hope to achieve with this. Number one, all neighborhoods, communities want transparency with their agencies. We think we can have this now because we'll have a database that's publicly available. I used to be a background investigator, and now background officers can go to the Lewis Registry and in a matter of seconds save thousands of dollars and many hours to find out that the applicant sitting across from them might be someone who's been fired someplace else. And you all know that California is one of 5 states in the country that when you get fired, you keep your certification. And so we want to eliminate that and keep officers from wandering. We are a research university, so obviously we're all about data. So we intend to collect information so we can come up with predictive indicators that can reduce the risk of officers having these problems and getting terminated, increase the retention in these departments. And last but not least, we hope to influence policy. When I was at Santa Monica, we had term limits on special details like narcotics and gangs because of the challenges that those officers may face after long periods of assignment in those roles. A couple of data points I'd like to share with you in this very brief presentation. Last year, we went across all 3 political parties. We got 80% support for the Lewis Registry, 74% from Republicans, 90% Democrat, and 76% from Independent. This past couple of months, we reached out to 360 law enforcement executives, mostly municipal chiefs across the United States. We asked them, do you support creating a national registry of law enforcement officers who've been fired for misconduct? 76% said yes. Whether they supported it or not, we then asked them in the second question, if the national registry existed, would you use the registry as part of your applicant screening process? Almost 95% said yes. I'll just end this by saying we have a diverse collection of supporters. Those are some of our most noteworthy people there, as you can see, across the country. We have briefed the LA County Chiefs. We have the support of Art Acevedo and the major cities chiefs. We have activists, we have academics, we have citizens, we have communities, and we hopefully have you. And I'll just end this by saying thank you for your time. We have 22 departments that are already on board, the Pac-12 chiefs as well as the UC system chiefs. If you approve this recommendation, you'll be the first municipal agency in the United States to partner with the Lewis Registry formally. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. Councilman Sorrow.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Suthers, for, is it Sutter? I'm sorry, Sutter?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sutton. So I want to thank Councilmember Austin for bringing this item forward with my colleagues, Councilmember Sendejas and Allen. I think it's just so important to have transparent hiring practices in our police department and to have people who aren't, that we're aware of what their background is when they're coming into the department. And that it's really also crucial to building, as I've shared, is building stronger relationships with the public as well as the police department. And, the public should know who's protecting and serving them. And we've seen the possible outcome of police misconduct, and we should do what we can to avoid it. And as the chair of the Public Safety Committee and member of the Citizen Police Complaint Commission, building accountability within LBPD is very important to me, as well as transparency. So thank you so much. I support this item, and I hope my colleagues will as well.
Thank you, Councilwoman Mungo.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today. It has been a while, but I always appreciate your presentations and the great work that you're doing. I'm in full support of this item, and if I can be of any help in onboarding additional agencies, please don't hesitate to ask. We're definitely grateful for what you're doing, and any opportunity to spread this work across the country only helps every agency that's a part of it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, any public comment?
There's one public comment, Mr. Sinai Kenfe.
Sinai Kenfe, 6th District. I'm coming out today in support of the Lewis law enforcement work increase system. I'm trying to get the acronym in order. I'm a big fan of Dr. Suthers and the work that he's been doing. Almost had our TSA head here just a couple years ago. So it's an honor to have you here in the city, sir. This is a conversation about transparency. I think as members of the public, we can see various examples of why 18,000 plus law enforcement agencies across America should have the opportunity to have open-handed dialogue with one another about misconduct, and past and former members of the police departments in various parts of the country municipalities should know who they're hiring and who they might not know who they're hiring. We had members of a Los Angeles Sheriff's Department gang, clique, colloquially known as the Linwood Vikings, that had a Justice Department investigation in the late 80s, and a couple of members were fired and proceeded to be hired later on into the Dallas Police Department, and then create more misconduct. When there's a pattern in behavior here, there needs to be public discourse, both from the community and on the municipal side, with who is wearing these uniforms. This is a great opportunity to disconnect the good from the bad, and I think that the city of Long Beach would be a leader within the restorative justice conversation, as well as opening and repairing and mending some of the poor rapport between the public and our law enforcement with these kind of opportunities. So here in support, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to chime in, just say, I think this is a great resolution. Resolutions can have make an important impact, particularly when other jurisdictions will follow you. And Long Beach has a history of, when we move, other jurisdictions move. Being a second largest city in LA County and the second largest city in the entire 191 city SCAG region, this is important. So thank you, Councilman Austin, for bringing it forward. I think this is one of many tools out of last year's reconciliation process, a number of tools. And they don't have to all be local tools. They can be statewide or regional or national tools to help us turn the corner and be a city that really leans into racial equity. And this is a tool that I think just makes a lot of sense. And so I'm happy to support this resolution today. Thank you.
Councilman Austin.
I just wanted to thank my colleagues and the public for speaking. Thanks for the presentation, Dr. Southers. I wanted to ask a couple questions of our own police department. I see Chief Luna kind of queued up. What is our current recruitment and training practices for lateral officers hired into the department, or former officers who are hired into the department?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you, Councilman Austin, for bringing this item forward and the question. For any lateral officer, just like any officer that we hire, I'd like to think that we have the highest of standards. Actually, for anybody who applies, less than 2% of the people who apply become Long Beach police officers because our standards are so high. We background everybody. We spend about 40 or 50 hours just to make sure that you fit our qualifications. So from a perspective of hiring anybody who has been terminated for cause from another police department, we just don't hire those kind of people. Now, if somebody's been dismissed for maybe report writing or something else, that's something we may look at. But it's rare. But if you have anybody that's been dismissed from another police agency for moral turpitude, ethical reasons, policy violations, which would include use of force and officer-involved shootings, we just do not hire.
I think that might speak to my second question. To your knowledge, has or does Long Beach Police Department employ any formerly terminated officers who've been terminated for misconduct currently?
During the 6.5 years that I've been chief of police, no, I have not.
Well, that's refreshing, and you know, I think this action tonight actually speaks to transparency, accountability, all of the things that our community cares about, but also this council cares about. I think this item is one that obviously I support and encourage my colleagues to support. I think us participating in this registry will make us stand out as a city, but also plants our flag in that we care about the integrity of the work and understand that it's a privilege to be a police officer in the city of Long Beach or any city for that matter. So those are my comments. Again, thank you so much for indulging me, and appreciate you, Chief, for answering those questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for bringing this forward. Councilmember Austin, sorry. Dr. Southers, I don't know if you remember me, but when you were here, you worked in Long Beach for a couple of years as our youth coordinator, I think, if I'm not mistaken. At that time, I was a recruitment officer for the city of Long Beach. And as I constantly say, one of my duties at that time was to recruit for police officers. We had a lateral officer opportunity that was a continuous examination opportunity during that time. I'm not sure. Do we still have lateral officers that posted as a job opportunity?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. So we still get some applications, I'm guessing, of other officers from other jurisdictions and other departments as well?
We do. It's a few, not as many as we do on our own when we hire and train them ourselves, sir.
Okay. So I think that this motion here, I think it's long overdue. There was always a concern that when I'd be out in the field recruiting, and I had officers recruit with me to go find the best and the brightest to work for the city of Long Beach, there was always that concern being raised about laterals. They're not the most, not that they're not the most qualified, but there's issues. There's a reason, as I would say, why they want a lateral from one department to another. But I never heard that they didn't want to come into Long Beach because it was the best. That was always on the top of their intent, is to come to the best department that they could possibly find. So, but at the end of the day, it's about backgrounds and how qualified are they, and is there any kind of blemishes on their record that we need to know about, and especially those that the chief mentioned that are of grave concern, especially when you talk about violations of policy or other things in the background. So thank you for bringing this forward. And thank you for all the work you've done throughout the years, Dr. Southers. I somewhat followed your career. You also worked in D.C. So, I mean, I just very proud that I got to know you and still know you. And congratulations on bringing this forward. Thank you.
Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much, Mr. Sutter, for this great presentation. I think that this is very much something that we as a city and as a department, I think, need, and will kind of be a little bit better into helping us build the trust that there is that we're lacking here in the community, between the community and our police department. So I'm very hopeful and very thankful to Councilmember Austin for bringing this forward and for allowing me to sign on to such an important item, especially being one of the first cities to actually participate in this register. I think is something that we should all be very proud of. So thank you.
And Councilman Allen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Austin and Councilwoman Zendejas and Saro for signing on to this item. It's something that I feel strongly about, and as a former police officer, I too don't condone any misconduct in any form in police profession. And I agree with you, Dr. Sutters, on your comments, and your experience and your insight is incredible. So I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us today. As a person who also did background investigations for the police department, I'm proud of what we here in we did very extensive investigations, and I'm proud of that work. I think that this system is just another tool that help all the agencies across the country, and I hope that they can use it and they will use it. We have to take steps to make sure that officers who are fired for misconduct, it's easy for other agencies to know about that. And the information is also readily available for those backgrounds. So I think this is just a concrete step forward to increase public trust and help departments hire the best police candidates. So just happy to sign on to this, and thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Members, please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Then we will do the vaccination report, and then we'll go on to the budget.
Item 34, report from Health and Human Services. Recommendation to receive and file a report on recent updates to state and local COVID-19 health orders, including but not limited to masking and vaccine requirements citywide.
Mr. Modica.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. So we have a presentation for you tonight to really dive a little deeper into what's been going on with COVID, kind of remind us all of a lot of the action that the City of Long Beach has taken and a lot of the leadership that we've exhibited regarding vaccines, regarding distribution, regarding masking, and a number of safety protocols. So we'll be going through that tonight, and also this is a receive and file item, so it's really just more about information and giving you a sense and letting you hear from the doctor too about kind of the things that we look at during the pandemic right now and what might be in our future. We're also going to be listening and taking the ability to ask questions and answer those. So I will turn it now over to Kelly Colopy and Dr. Davis to go through the presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Dr. Davis and I thank you for this opportunity to provide an update on COVID-19 data and vaccinations, as well as to share about movement across the country to implement vaccine mandates for patrons of specific business sectors. First, I'd like to share the many ways we've led as a jurisdiction in the ability to ensure vaccine availability across the sectors, as well as taking steps as a city regarding vaccine and testing mandates for our public sector employees. We were one of the first health jurisdictions to begin vaccinating first responders. We were the first health jurisdiction to expand eligibility and begin vaccinating food workers, educators, those over the age of 65, and those with underlying medical conditions. We had one of the largest mass vaccination sites in the state, serving up to 6,000 people in a day. We're one of the first health jurisdictions to offer mobile and in-home testing and vaccination. We're one of the first municipalities to move towards vaccine verification and testing mandate for our city employees. One of our first school districts, community colleges, and universities in the state to require employees to get vaccinated and test regularly. We're one of the first health jurisdictions to implement the indoor masking requirement and masking at outdoor mega events. We really have taken a strong stand to ensure the health and safety of our community members and employees around the COVID virus. So first, we'd like to share a little bit of data. So this chart shows the average daily cases in light blue, hospitalizations in dark blue, and deaths in yellow. As you can see, all remain below the winter surge, but are approximately the same as our first surge last summer. Our average daily counts during the week of middle of August was 164 cases per day, just over 6 new hospitalizations each day, which is about 44 in a week, and 0.14 deaths, which is approximately 1 death per week due to COVID. In more recent days, we are seeing an increase in the number of deaths. We reported 3 today. The cases have been rising since mid-June, and 93% of those sequenced cases are the Delta variant. Our current case rate is 24.1 per 100,000, positivity rate is 7.1%. Both are consistent with our February surge. This chart shows the case rates by age, and you'll notice the much higher cases in yellow, which are the ages of 18 to 49 years of age. The ages 18 to 39 are among our lowest vaccine rates, at only 58% receiving at least 1 dose. The LA County case rate is higher than in Long Beach, but the positivity rate is lower. We continue to see differences in impact of COVID by race and ethnicity. These are age-adjusted rates that allow for a fair comparison between groups with different age distributions. It provides rates that would have been if the population had the same age distribution as the standard population. When utilizing age-adjusted numbers, we find that our Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islanders are approximately 4 times more likely than our white population to be infected by the COVID virus, 9 times more likely to be hospitalized, and 7 times more likely to die from COVID than our white population. For our Latino population, it's 2.5 times more likely to contract the virus, 3.6 times more likely to be hospitalized, and 3.5 times more likely to die of COVID compared to our white population. And you'll see that our Black and African American population is more than twice as likely to be hospitalized or to die from COVID-19. The good news is we're seeing an upswing in vaccinations since July 15th. We're now averaging 622 residents per day for first doses. That's a 72% increase since mid-July. Currently, 3/4, that's 76% of our adults have received at least 1 dose of the vaccine, and 65% are fully vaccinated. All of those eligible for vaccines, 73% have received at least 1 dose, and 63% are fully vaccinated. That means nearly 2/3 of all of those eligible for vaccine have been fully vaccinated. We are making progress. We know we have more work to do. I'll now turn it over to Dr. Davis to discuss vaccines and public health orders.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. This slide illustrates vaccination rate by age on the left and race ethnicity on the right. So on the left, it shows that the most highly vaccinated age group is those that are over the age of 65. That's that top line, with 92.55% of those over 65 fully vaccinated. It drops progressively from there, with 74% fully vaccinated among those 50 to 64 years of age, 64% among those from 35 to 49 years of age, 51% fully vaccinated among those 25 to 34, 44% among those 18 to 24, and 12% for those 0 to 17, which includes a large proportion of individuals who are ineligible for the vaccine currently. On the right is the graph of percent vaccination by race ethnicity, which shows that many ethnicities are clustered around the 55 to 60% mark of fully vaccinated, with Native Hawaiian Pacific Islanders having the highest percentage of their population fully vaccinated at 61%, followed by whites at 59%, then Asians at 57%, and American Indian Alaskan Natives at 56%. Then there's a significant gap in percentage of fully vaccinated individuals, with 37% of Hispanic Latinos fully vaccinated and 35% of Blacks, African Americans fully vaccinated. So this slide shows post-vaccination infections, or what is commonly called breakthrough infections, and gives some information about variants. The good news is that it's pretty uncommon for someone who's fully vaccinated to be infected with COVID-19. 0.34% of the 249,268 Long Beach residents who have been fully vaccinated have become infected with COVID-19. And only 0.14% of fully vaccinated people have been hospitalized due to COVID-19, and 0.008% of fully vaccinated people have died due to COVID-19. The graph on the right shows the different variants that have been detected in Long Beach. There have been several different types of variants detected in Long Beach, but starting in late June, the vast majority of samples sequenced from Long Beach residents have shown the Delta variant. And as Kelly mentioned, 93% of the cases that had data was due to the Delta variant. This slide reviews vaccine effectiveness. So all three vaccines, the Pfizer, Moderna, and Johnson & Johnson vaccines, are safe and highly effective at preventing severe disease. They're all greater than 80% effective at preventing infection. The CDC is looking at the possibility of waning immunity several months after vaccination. They've all been shown to be greater than 90% effective at preventing hospitalization and death. So this slide illustrates how much more contagious the Delta variant is. Someone infected with the original SARS-CoV-2 virus that started this pandemic would be estimated to infect about 2 other people. That's over on the left. The Alpha variant, or what was known as the UK variant, was 50% more transmissible, and so one person could now infect 4 to 5 others. And now the Delta variant is twice as contagious as other variants, and one person infected with the Delta variant can infect up to 5 to 8 other people. So the Delta variant is definitely more formidable than the original wild-type virus. It spreads more than twice as easily than previous variants. New data is also showing that people infected with the Delta variant have higher viral loads than previous variants. So there's more virus living in their nose and mouth that can then be transferred to other people. Fully vaccinated people infected with the Delta variant may also be infectious, be able to transmit the virus to others. So a high vaccination coverage will reduce the spread of the virus and help prevent new variants from emerging. As overall cases increase and the proportion of the population vaccinated increases, we can expect to see more breakthrough cases. But the bottom line is that the COVID-19 vaccines continue to be effective. Most breakthrough infections are mild, and the COVID-19 vaccines prevent severe illness, hospitalizations, and death from Delta. So the vaccines are working as we would expect them to. There's just some more graphs about how the vaccine protects you from getting infected and being hospitalized or dying from COVID. So on the left, this is Long Beach data, and the solid blue lines show the case rate among unvaccinated in the case among those who are vaccinated in the dark blue, and then those who are unvaccinated in the solid light blue line. And you can see that the case rate is much higher in those who are unvaccinated. And then the dotted lines down there towards the bottom show hospitalization rates among vaccinated and unvaccinated individuals. And again, the rate of hospitalization is significantly higher among unvaccinated individuals with the red dotted line than in those who are vaccinated with the yellow dotted line. And then the graph on the right is national data, and it's showing that if you're fully vaccinated, you are 8 times less likely to become infected with COVID, and you're 25 times less likely to be hospitalized or to die of COVID. So to summarize the data, all of the vaccines work to reduce infections, hospitalizations, and death, even against the Delta variant. The biggest reduction is in hospitalizations and deaths. We are seeing cases in fully vaccinated people, and this is because there are a lot of fully vaccinated people out there. But when you look at everyone who's fully vaccinated, the chances of becoming infected with COVID are quite low, 0.35% of all those who are fully vaccinated. There's also a lot of virus out there, and the vaccine is not 100% effective at preventing infections. So for all of those reasons, that's why we can expect to continue to see cases in fully vaccinated. So now just to review the vaccine-related health orders that have come out recently. July 26th, the California Department of Public Health released a state public health order which required that in a set of high-risk facilities that all facilities must verify the vaccination status of their workers, and they must test unvaccinated workers regularly, and all workers must wear surgical masks. So this order applied to acute care hospitals or our medical surgical hospitals, long-term care facilities, including our skilled nursing facilities, and then a whole list of other healthcare settings, including but not limited to doctors' offices, acute psychiatric hospitals, and substance use treatment centers. And then also to high-risk congregate settings, such as homeless shelters, adult and senior day health facilities, and correctional and detention centers. And then subsequently, on August 5th, another state public health order was released, and this one required all healthcare workers to receive their first dose of a 1-dose regimen or their second dose of a 2-dose regimen of a COVID-19 vaccine by September 30th. And this requirement, and religious and medical exemptions were allowed. If a worker received a medical or religious exemption, then they must test regularly. And the list there is what type of facilities this order applied to. And then on top of that, another order came out also on August 5th, which required visitors to verify their vaccination status or show proof of a negative COVID-19 test in order to visit in acute care hospitals or long-term care facilities and skilled nursing facilities. And then with regards to school settings, on August 9th, LBUSD announced that they would require vaccination verification of all school workers and regular screening testing of all unvaccinated workers. This was followed on August 11th by a state public health order, which required that all public and private schools must verify the vaccination status of all their workers, and that all unvaccinated workers would have to undergo regular screening testing. Then the state also updated some of their guidance and requirements around mega events, and they updated the definition of an indoor mega event or large event from 5,000 participants to 1,000 participants. So participants of indoor events of greater than 1,000 individuals will be required to provide proof of vaccination or a negative COVID-19 test prior to entering. So a summary of the orders as they relate to the city of Long Beach. Acute care hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, and intermediate care facilities are required to verify vaccination status of their workers and visitors test all unvaccinated visitors, and require vaccination of workers and test exempted workers. Other healthcare settings, such as doctor's offices, psychiatric hospitals, dialysis centers, etc., are required to verify vaccination status of their workers and to require vaccination of workers and to regularly test exempt workers. Other high-risk congregate settings, homeless shelters, etc., are required to verify vaccination status of its workers and regularly test all unvaccinated workers. And public and private schools are required to verify vaccination status of its workers and regularly test all unvaccinated workers. In addition to the state orders, Long Beach has added that masking is required in all public indoor spaces. It's required masking outdoors for large-scale events of more than 10,000 participants. And we've added dentists and home health care agencies to the vaccine mandate.
So given all of the state health orders, there's been a lot of movement in more local health orders and expanding some of the different verification and mandate systems to other businesses. So a number of jurisdictions have moved forward with vaccine and testing requirement for their employees. So the state, LA County, and our city have implemented vaccine verification or testing for unvaccinated employees. Ours was announced on July 27th. LA City and San Francisco are requiring all employees to be vaccinated with only medical and religious exemptions. San Francisco tied theirs to full FDA approval, which happened on Monday. So in 10 weeks from now, all employees must be vaccinated. A number of cities have also implemented vaccine mandates for specific high-risk indoor settings. All are including indoor food service areas, including bars, restaurants, and other indoor food service establishments, because masks must be removed in the space to eat and drink. Other cities are also including indoor gyms and fitness centers, given patrons have elevated breathing and often heavy exertion, which can increase the transmission. New York is one of the more expansive, with mandates including a wide variety of indoor entertainment and recreation facilities, and you'll see the list there on the slide. More locally, Palm Springs passed a mandate for vaccines or testing for indoor spaces of restaurants and bars, as well as large-scale ticketed events. The City of Los Angeles has directed their city attorney to establish an ordinance that goes further than all the other mandates I've seen, as it includes retail establishments in the mandate. This ordinance is still being written, and we're watching to see how they define retail establishments. The LA County Board of Supervisors asked the Los Angeles County Public Health Department to develop a report with considerations and recommendations for possible vaccine mandates. The report was delivered today and will be discussed at next week's Board of Supervisors meeting. Their considerations include high-risk indoor settings where masks are removed, such as restaurants and bars, as well as entertainment establishments where food is served indoors. They're also considering fitness facilities giving high levels of exertion and often ill-fitting masks. So the Health and Human Services Department has been tracking on all of these developments and reviewing and utilizing a number of different considerations. We look at the risk level of the facilities. We know that masks reduce transmission, but when people must remove the mask to participate at the business, the protections are gone. These include indoor restaurants and bars. It could also include entertainment businesses who serve food as an ancillary service, such as a movie theater or a family fun zone. We also consider levels of exertion and the capacity to effectively wear a mask in those spaces. Fitness centers would be considered there. Other considerations to take into consideration are that support wellness, but focus on equity and access to services for people. We wonder, we look at whether the business is essential to daily living, such as a grocery store, a bank, hair salon, clothing store, etc., where masks can be worn during the whole visit. We also look at equity considerations. We still have many who do not trust the vaccine nor the government. We continue to work closely with these communities, and we are seeing progress, but moving forward with mandates absent other people is an equity concern for access to essential services. Small minority-owned businesses would also likely struggle first to be able to implement the mandate, and second, because many of their patrons may choose not to come to the business if vaccine is mandated. We're also looking at impacts on businesses. They'll need digital QR code readers to be able to read the digital vaccine records, and a person to check at the door. These have financial impacts. They will also need the ability to mediate situations if someone is angry because they can't come in. The city's ability to enforce the mandate is also a consideration. We have hundreds of bars, restaurants, fitness, and entertainment businesses, and enforcement takes time and resources. And finally, we would support a regional or statewide approach. We think this is really important for consistency to support understanding among our businesses, community members, and for enforcement. We are actively reviewing data, trends, and mandates from other jurisdictions. Our goal is to work to address the high-risk indoor situations to provide the greatest level of safety for the patrons of those businesses as well as employees of those businesses who interact with patrons, while also taking into consideration the equity issues. Some jurisdictions are mandating vaccinations to push people toward getting vaccine, so they're incorporating a broader spectrum of businesses. We are working on an approach that focuses primarily on safety and addressing risk. We anticipate the possibility of an upcoming health order based on all of these considerations, as well as what we are seeing in transmissibility and vaccine uptake. That concludes our presentation, and we are open for questions.
Thank you. Really appreciate the health department. I just want to, again, just thank Dr. Colopy and Dr. Davis for not just the report, but just the incredible work since the pandemic has started and even before. We have a great team at the Long Beach Health Department. We're very, very grateful for this work. I have a couple comments, and then I do have a question or two, and then if any of the council also has any comments, we'll go there as well. But I want to, and as I do that, Madam Clerk, can you reload the screen? I think the queue system is not up yet. There it is. Thank you very much. Let me just say a few just general comments. I want to just first note, and I think it's important to note when we have these discussions that there's real lives and people behind everyone that has passed. As of today, we have lost almost 970. I think we're at 969 individuals from our community that have died due to the pandemic. And these are moms and dads and kids and sisters and brothers and grandparents. And it is and remains the largest loss of life that we've ever had in this amount of time in the history of our city. And in an emergency this large, it's always important to center our conversations around those that are impacted the most. And I know for the 969 families and the countless more that are living with deep health conditions or other types of trauma, please know that you are in our thoughts every single day, and that we work and we struggle with these issues because we want to save every life possible. And it's important at the most important things that we can do as it relates to the pandemic is to try to save as many lives as possible and keep people as safe as possible. I also want to just say that the 76% eligible adults number that we hit, I think today actually, is incredibly impressive. And in light of the horrors of the pandemic and still the work that is ahead of us, I just do want to thank our vaccination team for reaching that metric. And even when you look at the 12 plus population, it's on its way to 74%, I think, almost. Maybe it's in the mid 73s. But that is also an impressive number when you look at look at the 12 plus number, and when you look at the 18 plus number, which is what the state uses as their state metric. It is very, very impressive, and I'm more optimistic than ever that we are going to hit 80%. In the weeks ahead. I think that was a number that many of us hoped that we could hit at some point. It's still going to be difficult, but we are on our way there. And on the vaccination front, This work would not be possible if it wasn't just the city's work, but we have countless community organizations, countless hospitals and clinics, community organizers, nonprofits that are knocking on doors, that are setting up pop-up tents in parks, that are going to churches to get the vaccinations done. And I just want to thank every single one of those groups and volunteers, staff members that are out on weekends and nights trying to educate and vaccinate as much as possible. A lot of the information that was presented tonight and a lot of the movement statewide has also been because of Long Beach. And I want to highlight that Long Beach has consistently been a leader on vaccines, whether it was being the first jurisdictions to start vaccinating our teachers and educators, or the first to begin the grocery workers. I think about our Dr. Davis when you gave the go-ahead to start vaccinating people with disabilities. That we were doing that before most of the entire state was. And so I think that that has also helped us have a process that was accessible and continues to be accessible within neighborhoods. Imperfect, but still accessible. And I want to also note that when Long Beach Unified became the first and largest jurisdiction in the state to put in the vaccination mandate or the weekly test, that prompted the very next day the state to do the same thing. And I'm really proud of Long Beach for moving forward and taking a hard step, but an important one with their mandate. Long Beach is and became the only and largest jurisdiction in the state of California where every public agency had put a vaccine mandate in place. The city, the school district, the community college, the state university, and if you want to add our partner agencies like the county, you have essentially all public employees within this city are under the vaccine mandate requirements that we have. And I'm very grateful and thankful to the health team for doing that. I also just want to note that as we move forward, the one thing we have to keep in mind, and this is really important, and at least I believe this strongly, not everybody does, but the public good always trumps personal liberty. And the greater public good and public health has to be considered first and foremost greater than a person's individual belief about their own personal liberty in that moment. I know that's a difficult conversation, but it's one that I believe strongly that the greater public good must always guide our work. And I strongly believe, Dr. Davis, that you have always kept in mind this greater public good, public health question as you and the team have made decisions about our future. I'll also add that, and I think you noted this at the end, but I think it's important to note that right now there is an active conversation across LA County and the city of Long Beach about additional vaccine requirements for businesses, as well as kind of a vaccine check or a mandate that would happen for folks attending certain types of businesses. This has been reported widely, of course, in the media. But I want to just make sure, and Ms. Colopy, if you can just respond. I know that the city of Long Beach currently is having active conversations with LA County and are monitoring the discussions around additional vaccination requirements for certain types of businesses. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I know that it could be over the course of the next week or so. It looks like a lot of those conversations around what could possibly be additional restrictions would likely come forward from the LA County Health Office or perhaps our own health department. Is that something you're expecting as well?
Yes, LA County will be discussing next Tuesday, and we'll know the forward motion there. We'll be paying attention to that.
Okay. And as far as our own internally, we are as a city and as a health team having active conversations about everything you mentioned as it relates to impacts to businesses, safety for employees, equity considerations, and how technology would be integrated into a decision of that magnitude. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Well, I just want to just share, and I think I've mentioned this, privately. I always do, but I always have and I always will continue to support the decisions made by the doctors and scientists of the Long Beach Health Department, that continued, in my opinion, to do everything they can to ensure that we remain safe and that people remain safe in the community. So I look forward to your additional recommendations and continuing to keep the council and myself informed as to the best public science and health and how we ensure that we protect as many people as possible during what is still a serious health crisis and pandemic. And so, again, people, please, if you are not yet been vaccinated, please get vaccinated. It's the best way to keep people safe. And please know that I continue to talk to nurses and doctors every single day in our hospitals who are pleading with us to continue to do the right thing and to not strain the hospitals where we were, of course, in the spike during the winter time. So with that, this is a receive and file. There's no action that needs to be taken. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So first, thank you, Ms. Colopy and Dr. Davis for your presentation. Something that stood out to me was the slide that showed how well we're doing with vaccinations and how the vaccinations are impacting what we're seeing play out with this surge. 0.34% of those vaccinated have been infected. I think that's important to note that only 0.34% of people who've been vaccinated have been infected, have had a breakthrough case. That's a really small number. And 0.014 of people who are vaccinated have been hospitalized. That's less than 2%. And 0.0008% of people who have been vaccinated have died. I think first I want to offer my thanks to our health department for leading such a valiant effort on the vaccinations. And I think we need to underscore the point that the vaccinations work. They're working. The data is showing that they're working. That said, there's a bit further to go. The rates that we've seen on some of these slides within communities that are not vaccinated, it's alarming. And if just take that and apply it to who the people are that we see in the hospitals, who are the people who are getting the breakthrough cases, the hospitalizations, the deaths, they're skewed toward communities that have not been vaccinated. And so we need to do all that we can to make sure that these communities, we do all that we can to make sure that these vaccinations are happening, particularly now that vaccinations are beginning to get, full approval from FDA. I also think I'm particularly concerned about children because children aren't able to be vaccinated. So quick question, with the school vaccination mandate, now my understanding is that applies to both public and private schools. Could you speak to how well the schools are transitioning and getting ready to implement this mandate, both public and private, going into back to school?
Yes, thank you. So the order came out, I guess, about 2 weeks ago now, maybe 10 days or so. So I think there's a lot of planning that's happening right now. We had a conversation with all of the schools this week. We had did a discussion about what the new guidance is and offered our resources. And so I think that the schools are very well informed of what the mandate is and how to verify the vaccination status. And so I think just putting their plans together for the upcoming school year, which from what I could gather is kind of the next week or so is when most of the schools will be returning.
I think I'm particularly concerned about back to school. We've seen during vacation season or back to school, we always get a bump in numbers. And so we can anticipate that. We know enough to know that. And so I would love to know how well and what we can do to make sure that we're supporting the schools, both public and private, as they get into back to school. And I think we should also expand that to anywhere that we think is child-centered should have a vaccination mandate, vaccination or testing mandate. Because the children can't be vaccinated yet, and they're a vulnerable population that we really need to focus on. And then in terms of additional measures, I know that, I'm paying attention to the discussions. I know there's a discussion about additional measures. My philosophy on this is I'd rather take a pill to offset a heart attack. And to me, wearing masks, getting the vaccination, that's taking a pill to offset a massive cardiac arrest. And so if it keeps our economy from shutting down again, if it keeps us from being overwhelmed in our hospitals, then we should look at, high traffic areas, sensitive areas. We need to make sure that I will be supportive of a mandate in those areas. Now, I also would be concerned about equity concerns, particularly around grocery stores and things like that. What I don't want is to not think about what the impact could be to food insecurity, or if someone has another health emergency and they haven't gotten a vaccination, I don't want to discourage them to not go get an STD check or to go do whatever else needs to happen. So we really need to think about those equity considerations. But that said, I think you should explore additional vaccination mandates. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Allen.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Dr. Davis, for always proactively responding to recent events and taking actions that are necessary in protecting our community. I tell you, we are just so fortunate that we have you as our city health officer. You have kept our community safe, and I'm proud of all of your work. I'm also proud of the mayor. I know he's been very active and just our fearless leader in making sure that people get shots in those arms. The Delta variant is pretty scary to me, and it's aggressive, and we have to take meaningful steps to stop the spread. My dad, who lives in Florida, and my uncle, who lives in Washington State, were fully vaccinated and have both contracted COVID, and they're really sick. I'm confident that they're going to pull through, but I'm concerned about breakthrough. I mean, I see this number 0.34, but I just wonder like where this is going. I know they got their vaccinations early in January, and so is our elderly community, are they at risk? And so frankly, I absolutely want to see more stringent mask mandates. We absolutely need to bounce back and thrive as a city, and I think we have to do everything possible to make sure that's happening. I am encouraged by the private industry. I know that they're stepping up and demanding vaccinations, and I think these mandates work. It encourages people to get shots. If you want to go to a plane, if you want to go to a football game, you have to show that you've been vaccinated. One of the questions I have for both of you is, how are we going to use technology to, our advantage? I'm a big Raider fan. Most of you know that, but I've already been to several Raider games, and I'm required to use an application called Clear, and it scans your driver's license, and it scans your card, and it does a facial recognition, and it makes sure that you're the person, and it gives you a clearance for so many days before you go to this event, and to ensure that you're fully vaccinated. And it was really easy to use. And so I wonder what we're going to be doing and what technology that we're going to be using as we have big events like the Grand Prix that are coming into town. I just want to let you know that I will continue to be outspoken about the need to get vaccinated and protect our families. So thank you for what you do. I know how much the community health means to you and means to me as well, and I thank you for this report.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to add to what you shared. Thank you, Ms. Calapi and Dr. Davis for the presentation, and to many of the neighborhood leaders, to many of the organizations that have continued and does do the work of outreaching and educating to our community members how to access the vaccine and concerns around it. And I know that the work continues on. I live in the 90813 area code, which has the lowest rate of vaccination rate, which is at about 65.2% of the population, compared to the 76% of the adult population. And so certainly this is a equity concern for me. I know there's a lot done because I get a flyer on at my gate where to access the vaccine. But I'm wondering, I know that there are a lot of ways that we're approaching to making sure that we reach out to people in this area code. But I'm just wondering, what else do we need to do? What else can we do before we have to move towards mandating because of the various concerns that people have? Because I am also concerned about our vulnerable population, those who are, have their immune system isn't as strong, to children under 12 that hasn't been vaccinated, and our elderly who may need a booster but haven't gotten it yet that are also vulnerable. So I am wondering, what else can we do to reach out to those in, particularly not just in this area code and others that are still not moving towards the getting vaccinated?
Councilmember, we continue to outreach and engage with everybody locally. What we're really finding is that it's relationship, and more relationship. And if you know someone where it went well, it's those kinds of things. That's really helping. I think that the impact of the full approval on Monday does lay some concerns, and we'll be tracking to see if we start to see increases in first dose after that as well. I think that, that we're hearing that different ages respond to different things differently, right? Ages, community, and others. And so we are really working to sort of tailor messaging, tailor engagements, tailor opportunity to be able to speak to that. So that's really what we're doing, right now. And we are seeing improvements. So, it's slow going for sure. It's slow going all across the nation, LA County, across the state. But we are seeing improvements, and so we'll keep on doing that.
Yeah, and I do hope that we also continue to work with our nonprofit organization helping with outreach and engagement, as well as our faith-based to community leaders. Absolutely. To get their feedback about what's really working and not, as we're getting further information, and also at what point, also feedback if we do move to vaccination. I want to make sure we check in with them if that's the case. How do we communicate that to the community members as well, in language as well as through relationships? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Munger.
Thank you. Within the last 3 weeks, what are we seeing in terms of vaccination clinic turnout?
The numbers are increasing. So we've been seeing, especially at we're seeing greater numbers at the PCC clinics. So at the Pacific Coast campus during the day and in the evenings, those numbers are increasing, as well as at Cabrillo and some of our other sites. I think part of it also is that our many partners in vaccine, meaning our pharmacies and providers and others. So as we discussed in the slide, we're seeing about a 72% increase in daily first dose vaccines going forward. So we are seeing increases.
In light of the recent lawsuit decision related to immunity being a component of access to universities versus vaccination, are we working to have any partners with either the Red Cross or the UCLA antibody study or any of those, so that people who have recently had COVID and might still carry that immunity would be able to demonstrate that immunity to us in a meaningful way to help us provide that as a contributor to our, I'm most concerned about our immunity rate more than our vaccination rate. If 20% of our population had COVID, depending on when they had it and what their immunity level is, what does that look like for us?
So your question is what does our immunity look like in Long Beach?
Well, what are we doing to give constituents access? Like I have a neighbor, his whole family had COVID. So in their mind, they don't need a vaccination because they had COVID, so they're already immune. But there's no real, like I was at Memorial today and they said they don't have any antibody testing available for their patients, but say UCLA has an antibody study. I don't know if Red Cross is doing antibodies on your donations, but it would be awesome to be able to say, hey, go donate blood and you can see if you're still immune or not, because you might not be, and then he and his family might all go get vaccinated.
Right, right. Okay, I got you. So the antibody testing really is a kind of frontier field. So we're just really not at the point where we can test an individual with an antibody test and be able to determine that they're immune. It's really looking at, when we use antibody tests, we really look at the surveillance of an entire community because it's just not accurate enough on a one-to-one basis.
Okay.
Unfortunately, right now. And then the other thing that they have seen, everything is still evolving, but you can get reinfected.
Right.
So it's felt that you can stay immune for about 90 days after you're infected with COVID. But then after that, they are seeing that you're more likely to get reinfected if you originally got infected versus you got vaccinated, like how you got your immunity.
Right.
So that's pointing to the importance of vaccination. So it could be that going forward, they would give you a 90-day reprieve from vaccination, but since they're only giving you 90 days, really right now the recommendation is that after you're done with your infection, you've done your isolation, that you should get vaccinated because that provides.
And are we using that as a tool like, oh, you just got tested at a city facility, you're positive. It's August 1st. Please be back December 1st for your vaccination. Like, are we also doing that to individuals?
We do, and we also pair the vaccination and the testing. So if you test, you can actually get vaccinated,
if you're negative
at the same site.
I see. And I appreciate all the different comments about personal liberty and different things. And I think that one of the discussions that's out there is with parents and the confusion around Long Beach Unified School District and testing and the different age groups and the students in high school versus non-high school. And I think that if there could be some kind of pointing to sources, like, again, I talk about being in mommy groups. I was posting the Long Beach Unified School District link in the parents of group multiple times this weekend to try to point people to their website of places they could find resources. Because I just think there's a lot of questions and people don't know where to look. And I don't know how we can help with that or what tools we can do to better partner with them. But I think that anything we can do right now, while people are really attentive to what's needed, could help us. Thank you.
Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you very much. Dr. Davis and Director Kelly, I think that you guys have done a phenomenal job. I think that here in Long Beach, we are incredibly lucky to have you guys both leading our health department in this crazy pandemic time. As you know, the health and safety of our residents is of utmost importance to all of us here up in the dais, and I can't stress enough how important it is for all of us to do our part in putting an end to the COVID threat. I'm glad that Member Mongo asked the questions about being reinfected, because that's been one of my concerns that I've had is, do people get reinfected? So thank you for clearing that up. And yes, I think that a lot of people who have had COVID really do think that they cannot get it again, that they're immune. So actually that is a big thing, so that we can promote even more the efforts of getting vaccinated and how important it is, because I think that that's where we all have to do our part and get vaccinated and get tested, and most importantly, wear masks. And if anywhere possible, I think that those are really good recommendations, especially because we all want to come out of this already. So I think we are very lucky again to have you guys, and thank you for that great presentation. And I know that we pull you one way and we pull you another way, so thank you for always being there, especially for our community-based organizations that are doing so much incredible work out in our communities and making sure that everybody knows the importance of getting vaccinated. And I think that just shows the power that we have when we work all of us together with the common goal of saving lives. So thank you again.
We're going to get Councilmember Supernaw, and then we'll go to the receive and file vote.
Thank you. I want to thank the Health Department for scheduling Orizaba Park clinics on Wednesdays throughout the month of August. But Mary Zende has just mentioned the CBOs, and that was huge in our district, 90804. United Cambodian Community, a couple of hundred vaccines there right on Dawson Street at Anaheim. And then Thursday night, Central Shah will be at Orizaba Park from 6 to 8 p.m. with a backpack giveaway and everything. It's just the perfect neighborhood to have an evening event like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We have a motion and a second to receive and file. Thank you. Thank you. There was no public comment on that item, correct?
Correct. No public comment on item 34.
Great, thank you. We're now moving on to the
Councilwoman
continuation
Sorrow?
of the budget hearing.
Councilwoman Sorrow? Motion is carried.
Okay. And if we can please read the continuation of the budget hearing, please.
Report from Financial Management, a recommendation to receive supporting documentation into the record and conclude the public hearing and take the actions necessary to adopt the fiscal year 2022.
Thank you. Before we go into the motions, we have concluded presentations, but we do have public comment that want to comment on the budget. So, Madam Clerk, I know we have, I think, 30 individuals signed up, and so if you want to go through the public comment, please.
Can the first 5 speakers please line up at the podium? Abraham Zavala, David Zanata, Jared McKnight, Kimberly Caballero, and Victor Sanchez. Please line up at the podium. The first speaker is Abraham Zavala. David Zanata.
Good evening, Council. My name is excuse me, David Zanata, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Grade 8th District, as well as Partners of Parks and the commission that I've been appointed to for Parks, Recreation, and Marine. Excuse me. I wanted to come tonight to both thank you for the responsible decisions you've been making for our parks, and with hopes that we continue to fund our parks, recreation, marine, and animal care department. We have learned quite a lot during this pandemic. Your department has stepped up to be a major part in the COVID situations that we've been addressing for the past year and a half. We hope that you consider Parks, Recreation, and Marine as part of your health, safety, and quality of life here in the city, as we have stepped up, as did your police department and your fire department have during these troubled times. We hope that you will continue in budgeting in the years to come, especially in 2023, as we move forward. Making these responsible decisions is not easy, and we understand that it is a major task that you do each year in putting the budget together.
Your time is concluded, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. It was my understanding I would have 3 minutes. Am I mistaken?
With the number of speakers, the time has gone down to 1.5 minutes.
Okay, well, Mayor, council members, I want to thank you for having me tonight. It's an honor to speak in front of you. I'm going to have to summarize this with the lack of time, but essentially it's a post I wrote on Nextdoor, and I will email it to all of you, but there are 4 items I think we need to focus on with this budget. Number 1 is an increased police presence. If the city of Long Beach is not willing to The
Hey,
city.
actually, everyone, please, everyone gets a chance to give their comments. Thank you.
If the city of Long Beach is not willing or not able to do anything about the homeless, we need an increased police presence so we feel safe in our community. I don't know about their districts, but in District 5, we would like more police. Number 2, we need cleaner streets. I've spoken with the Public Works Department, and we currently have 13 street sweeping employees. There's 3 that are going to be hired. They've been in the process for over almost a year. I don't know why it's taken so long, but we need not only those 3, but we need an additional 2 to do the medians, the curbs of the medians, the left turn lanes. Right now it's by request only, which I think is ridiculous. They should be on a biweekly or monthly schedule to have our medians swept. The city is turning, it's getting decrepit. It looks like it doesn't look like what it used to be. Number 3.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say one last thing. Please do your job as you were hired to do, or we will replace you with somebody who will.
Time is up.
Hello. My name is Kimberly Caballero, and I am the Communications Manager for the Long Beach Public Library Foundation. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Library Foundation's Board of Directors and supporters. Our nonprofit sole mission is to raise funds for programs, technology, and enhancements in our city's 12 public libraries. This is possible thanks to the hundreds of donors across Long Beach who send donations every year of all sizes to invest in these resources. We would like to thank our city leaders for proposing additional funds for libraries this year. The proposed $174,000 from Measure US will strengthen the library's STEM programs for youth and mental health services for teens as they get back on track following a year of distance learning. The $300,000 from the Long Beach Recovery Act to eliminate overdue fines for 1 year removes a major barrier to resources without any cuts to the library's budget. More than 22,000 community members will benefit from this. As Long Beach continues to recover from all we have faced in the last year, more investments in the library's structural budget are needed. The Racial Equity and Reconciliation Initiative report, Youth and Emerging Adult Strategic Plan, Digital Inclusion Roadmap, and City Auditor's report on library services all are open hours at the 12 public libraries. We urge you to provide the library with the funding necessary to be open more hours as provide more funding for the library's materials budget. Thank you.
Next speaker is Victor Sanchez. Can Reverend Sandy Richards, Reverend Dr. Michael Eagle, Ann Burdett, and Clayton Hurd, and Karen Reside please light up?
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council, my name is Victor Sanchez with the Long Beach Coalition for Good Jobs and a Healthy Community. As part of the People's Budget Coalition and on behalf of the working families that we advocate for, we're asking that you adopt the People's Budget. And then we also ask that you reform the budget process to allow deeper participation from working class, marginalized communities who are most impacted by budget decisions. Apart from the demands our coalition has shared with you in legislative meetings or an email, I ask that you in particular invest in care, not cops, by shifting funding from the $262 million earmarked for police in the general fund to some housing priorities. In particular, the establishment of a rental housing division, fully funding the Long Beach Right to Counsel program, and a deeper commitment to community land trust. I also ask that you support Vice Mayor Richardson's request for $125,000 to find an additional housing navigator position and increasing the Measure US fund to $1 million with the expectation that 80% of that increase go to participatory budgeting and the rest to administrative costs. Tonight's vote is about undoing the historic disinvestment that has persisted here in Long Beach. Let's support anti-Blackness by voting for the People's Budget, which has the power to create a safe and healthy Long Beach for all. Thank you.
Reverend Sandy Richards. Next is Reverend Dr. Michael Eagle after that.
Hello, Reverend Richards had to leave, but she gave me her letter. Is that all right if I read it on her behalf? Okay. Greetings to you, Mayor Garcia and council members. I am the Reverend Sandy Richards, and I am the lead pastor at Los Altos United Methodist Church. I am also here as part of Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. We seek to have you address the funding inequities in our community. The Long Beach Police Department uses a lion's share of the city's resources, and we are asking that some of that share be repurposed for healing suffering communities. In order to lower crime in our city, we need to raise the bar on support for marginalized communities. We need to be an anti-racist city, which requires sufficient financial resources to support the programs which will lead us in that direction. We need resources allocated to health, opportunity, community building, and justice. There's an old saying that if all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Rather than filling our civic toolkit with mostly hammers, we ask to diversify the toolkit so that law enforcement is not the only justice available in Long Beach. Help the city to follow through with the structural changes that are needed in order to change things for the better for generations to come. Sincerely, Reverend Sandy Richards.
Good evening, Mayor and councilpersons. I'm Reverend Dr. Michael W. Eagle, pastor of Grant AME Church here in the city of Long Beach, California. I didn't come to attack your budget process, nor to berate your decision-making. But I did want to request that you show a little bit more sensitivity and caring and sharing to the people that you have vowed to serve. People need to know that somebody cares. At least you're thinking about them, and that's all I like to say.
Good evening. My name is Ann, a member of Long Beach Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, advocating for workers, families, and the people's budget. With respect and compassion for all of us, including myself, who have lost loved ones to COVID, please permit me to offer a painful metaphor. The city of Long Beach, along with the rest of the country, is in the ER. The diagnosis is the pandemic of homelessness, housing insecurity, health inequity, and systemic racism. Imagine that one of the primary responses being offered to us in the city budget is policing. But there are preventive measures that can be taken today. We can provide the social distancing of adequate housing. We can provide the masks of clean air and open spaces for all. We can vaccinate with education, job training, and economic investment in communities that have endured generations of defunding. Imagine that we can prevent our city from going to the ER by putting community safety first, real safety that is attainable by reallocating our tax dollars to policing, from policing to protection. Adopt the people's budget to save lives.
Next speaker, Clayton Hurd, then Karen Reside, Joanna Diaz, Rosemay Kaklian, Carla Alvarado.
All right. Hello again. My name is Clayton Hurd, and I'm speaking tonight as a member of First Congregational Church of Long Beach and with CLUE, urging you to support the Long Beach People's Budget. I want Long Beach to be known as a city that cares about its renters, and we can do that by fully funding and staffing our rental housing division and a tenant right to counsel program. I want other cities to follow our lead by fully implementing a language access policy and a justice fund available to residents regardless of their immigration status. Long Beach can be the most youth and senior friendly city in the country and in the state of California if we want it to be. The decisions you make tonight require courage and imagination, and to quote the Center for Story-Based Strategy, to win, we must exercise political imagination and stretch the terms of what is deemed politically realistic in the present moment. Imagination builds power because it opens the space for crafting stories that make just futures possible. You all have an incredible opportunity to demonstrate what a truly compassionate city can do, to invest in Black communities, communities of color, and other marginalized communities in a meaningful way. Please support the Long Beach People's Budget and continue to invest in people, care, and community. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rosemay Kaiklian, and I'm a resident of District 7, and I'm here in support of the People's Budget. Language access is extremely important to me. My family has slowly immigrated to Long Beach to the west side as early as the 80s and as recently as this year. I've always had to be a communicator and translator for my family. I've had to help with CalFresh applications, SSI benefits, DMV appointments, and even finding places where they can get vaccinated. My grandpa lived through World War II and martial law in the Philippines, and he unfortunately had to stop his education at 3rd grade. It's important to consider that that experience represents the background of a lot of Filipinos that have chosen to immigrate here. As a child, I felt good about being able to help my family, but it definitely was a lot of responsibility and pressure put onto me. I'm not completely fluent in Tagalog, and my family isn't completely fluent in English, and because of that, there's a disconnect between what is communicated and things often get lost in translation. The information that I pass on to my family members loses details as they pass the information over to their friends and families. I wish that they were able to get that support directly. With language access, my family wouldn't have to be as dependent on me. I'm not as available to them as I was before. This resource would open up their world, and I'm sure it wouldn't reach just my family, but the whole community, the whole city. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Carla, and I'm here to demand the adoption of the people's budget. Long Beach residents deserve a safe and healthy community. We can no longer just wait for this to happen, so we are all here to demand it. I want to remind you, council people, that you all work for us. You guys are all tasked with representing the interests of Long Beach residents, not the interests of multi-million corporations, not the interests of Long Beach police departments, but the interests of Long Beach constituents who gave you that comfy seat up there. So tell me why, year after year, our demands for safer and healthy communities keep getting ignored. These past couple of months, my coworkers and I have walked the streets of Long Beach talking and listening to community members, and not once has a community member ever asked for more cops. Do you know what they do ask for? Resources, rental assistance, food assistance, mental health assistance. You guys are also out of touch with community members that you all truly think that community members want more policing, when in reality they are demanding the opposite. Each and every one of you up there has a choice. Do you continue on with the racist system that leaves so many communities broken and hurting? Or do you finally use that privilege to advocate for care, not cops? You really want to eliminate cops? Then stop ignoring the root of the problem and defund the police. Invest in Black and Brown and Indigenous communities. Just to be clear, budgets reflect priorities, and your choice to adopt or ignore the people's budget will make your priorities crystal clear.
Amazing. Good evening, everyone. My name is Joanna Diaz, and I'm here on behalf of the People's Budget Coalition, as well as the Language Access Coalition. We have a need to uplift the necessity for improvement in the city budget adoption process. As it currently stands, this process has been inaccessible to your constituents who need to be heard the most. We need to create a genuine culture and structure of language justice by hiring in-house interpreters. The current system of only having meetings in person without virtual meetings or telephonic comments is not accessible to your constituents for a variety of reasons. On behalf of the People's Budget Coalition, we strongly support Vice Mayor Richardson's request for $125,000 to fund the additional housing navigator position and not the feasibility study. In addition, the People's Budget Coalition also strongly supports the Invest in Youth campaign's push to increase Measure US youth funds to $1 million Of those $1 million, 80% of the funds should go direct to community for citywide participatory budgeting process. The remaining 20% should go to support the Office of Youth and Development administrative costs and youth internship positions. We are steadfast and determined to continue advocating for the Long Beach that we love. Show us who you love and where your heart lies. We must continue to work together and genuinely have a dialogue to move past the current process. Thank you.
And the following speakers, please line up. Karen Reeside, Josela De La Reyes, Father William Connor, Sithi Bin, and Vicky Aguilera.
Karen Reeside, a resident of District 1 and a proud member of the Gray Panthers, and we are supporters of the People's Budget. I'm going to address senior issues, talk about safety, and I thank everybody we have a fabulous health department. My building didn't have any COVID deaths. Other senior buildings did. For that, I'm eternally grateful. But we talk about safety, we have 113,000 seniors right now. We have one public health nurse for all 113,000 seniors and one social worker. And we're about to lose a half-time position if this budget stands as is from on the Healthy Aging Office, which is Cynthia Howe. So, and that means that plans won't go forward. And asking for a rental coordinator, I don't know if any of you have ever been to the multi-service center. There's no sidewalk. Most seniors to get there have to take the bus, whether they're homeless or not. And there's no sidewalk, and you have to walk along the road. It's a dirt road, and the trucks that are going into the port to line up to receive their loads go past, usually at about 25, 30 miles an hour. I'm almost gotten hit almost every time I go over there.
Ms. Forsythe, your time has expired.
So please do the right thing, vote for the people's budget.
Hi, my name is Giselle Del Reyes. I'm the Direct Services Coordinator for the Filipino Migrant Center, which is part of the People's Budget Coalition and the Language Access Coalition. I'm also a District 1 resident. As someone who's on the ground every day helping provide services to Filipinos, I've seen how much the pandemic has impacted the people of Long Beach. People are still facing burning issues around food insecurity, housing, and employment. It's been left up to us as Tagalog-speaking community organizers to help identify these issues, and we need to see more accountability from the City of Long Beach to meet the needs of the people. I'm only able to relate to community members because I can understand and speak the language. If the city wants to provide for its residents, including the 13,000 foreign-born Filipinos who are mostly in working-class families in the west side of Long Beach, then it needs to have paid staff within the city who know how to speak Tagalog in a way that everyday Filipinos speak. The people need permanent in-house interpretation and translation services in Tagalog and Spanish and Khmer for residents during City Council and Charter Commission meetings without having to make an advance request. We also need funding for community-based organizations like ours and many others here tonight doing the on-the-ground work every day. The residents of Long Beach are one community, and we need to hear and understand each other in order to empower each other, and language access is a tool to do that. If the city truly believes in equity and won't just use it as a token gesture or buzzword, then it's time to back it up with action and ensure that language access is accessible for all of Long Beach. Thank you.
I am Father William Connor. I live in District 3. I am Pastor Emeritus of St. Joseph Catholic Church in East Long Beach. I also represent hundreds of faith leaders connected through the South Coast Interfaith Council and Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I'm a past president of SCIC. I am here to ask Mayor Garcia and the City Council to invest more funding in community resources by adopting the people's budget for the next fiscal year. One major need, namely, is housing. Housing is a basic right, human right. Please invest more deeply in community land trusts to create permanently affordable housing while allowing low-income residents to build generational wealth as homeowners. This is an opportunity, the people's budget, for our city to lead with our values of equity and care for the community instead of fear and scarcity.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia, and good evening, council members. My name is Sidi Ben, and I am with the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition, and I am here to express to the Long Beach City Council and everyone why we need to adopt the people's budget. Care, not cops. Why do we say care, not cops? Because that's what the people need. That's what the community needs. That's what we need, care, not cops. We say care, not cops, to save family, to save life. To keep the community healthy, we need to invest in it. The Long Beach Police Department right now is on track to receive about 42% of the total general fund, which come out to $262 million. We need to to pretty much divest 25% of it and give it to programs that will keep the community healthy. Divesting 25% will only come out to $65 million. That's barely dipping into the bucket. It won't hurt the police department to lose 25% of the budget, but it will definitely help the community. So there are so many programs to invest in. So let us defund the police department and use it for the police department. Use it for the people's budget. Use it to reinvest in the communities, the marginalized community, the communities of color. Thank you for listening, and I hope you will take steps to support the community. The Long Beach City needs you and needs your assistance. Thank you.
Next speaker is Vicky Aguilera, and then Karina Rodriguez, Jennifer Benitez, Camila, Beto Lopez, and Gabriela. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Vicky Aguilera, and I am the Rapid Response Coordinator with the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition, here as part of the People's Budget Long Beach Coalition. I've introduced myself before, but I'm doing so again because on the meeting on August 10th, I was not so sure if any of you are actually listening. I hope this time is different and that even if you don't listen to me, you at least listen to our community who has had to navigate transportation, language barriers, work schedules, and childcare in order to give their public comments today. We demand that you invest in Care Not Cops by shifting funds from the $262 million proposed for police in the general fund. To me, Care Not Cops means safety, and we know that the police do not keep us safe. There's no training in the world that can reform violent policing because policing in itself is violence. It is tied to the violences of white supremacy. The technologies that Long Beach Police Department use against our communities are violence. LBPD spends millions of dollars each year on invasive surveillance technologies such as automated license plate recognition, cell phone surveillance, and facial recognition technology. We know LBPD has shared community members' license plate data with ICE as recently as April of this year. We know facial recognition technologies are inherently racist. So I ask you, are these technologies really used to keep us safe or used to continue to criminalize Black and brown communities? Policing cannot be reformed. Please stop calling for diversity and community inclusion into the system of violence. Instead, invest in the people's budget. Thank you.
Karina Rodriguez, Jennifer Benitez, Camila, Beto Lopez, and Gabriela, please line up.
Hi, members of the council. My name is Karina, and I work with LBIRC. And I'd like to express my disappointment in your behavior during the meeting on August 10th. There was very little eye contact or acknowledgement of people's experience. In fact, some of you outright worshipped the police department. Some of you invalidated the experiences that people were telling you, people that you claim to represent. Let's blatantly call things out for what they are. By you continuing to support and fund police, with millions of dollars, you're supporting white supremacy and contributing to surveillance, policing, brutal abuse, and murder of people of color. You need to stop with the excuses that crime is up. It's one of the oldest tricks in the book to get people panicked and afraid of people of color. I ask you, where are the reports of violence and crimes perpetrated by police? It's no secret that there are white supremacist groups embedded within police departments everywhere, and you, members of the council, are supporting that. FYI, policymakers and the legal system have historically criminalized, wrongfully accused, oppressed, and killed people of color. I know some of you know what I'm telling you and still choose to do only what benefits you, whether that's because you have higher political aspirations, are white, get money from police unions, were a cop yourself, grew up privileged, or you were poor and made it out and forgot about truly dismantling the root causes that hurt people. And if any of this information is new to you, I suggest you take some time and educate yourself. Maybe start by adopting the people's budget.
Next speaker, please come forward. Jennifer Benitez, Camila, Beto Lopez, Gabriela.
Is this on? Oh. Hello, my name is Jen, and I'm with the Filipino Migrant Center, and we're part of the Language Access Coalition. I want to ask the obvious question. Why, after a year of community advocating for the defunding of police and the reallocation of funds back into our communities where they belong, is the City Council yet again proposing a disgustingly drastic increase to the police budget? Do our constant rallies and protests, do our personal testimonies of police brutality and terrorism fall on deaf ears? We demand City Council fully implement the language access policy by providing quality interpretation and translation in Spanish, Tagalog, and Khmer, and also provide an ongoing budget to organizations that serve these communities with the funds they need to be able to provide their services more easily. And as a first-gen child of immigrant working class parents, I know firsthand the labor we do for our non-English speaking families. We are legal aides, social workers, tech support, even city directories, translating and interpreting on behalf of the city, a service you should be providing. As taxpayers who fund your paychecks, by the way, we are demanding you pass the people's budget and defund the police.
Good evening. My name is Camila. I'm a resident of the 6th District. For the past few weeks, I've been coming to the City Council meetings. I've listened to many reports. I've listened to the Health Department report on all the wonderful things they've been doing to help the community stay healthy and sheltered, despite the shamefully underfunded budget they've been given, being forced to depend on uncertain grants. I listened to the report by the Long Beach Center for Economic Inclusion and how they provided needed resources to feed our community and attempt to support a robust economy here in Long Beach. I listened to the Fire Department report talk about their accomplishments and programs. I listened to the reports and the tangible things that were accomplished on behalf of the community here in Long Beach. I could clearly understand the value that was added to our community by these departments and programs. I saw that they provided care and needed resources to the community. Not so with the Police Department report. The LBPD has not shown their value add, especially not at the expense of their budget that consumes nearly half of the general fund. So this budget go round, I urge you to listen to the community. We have told you what we needed. We've told you every year with the people's budget. We told you last summer during and after the uprisings after George Floyd's murder. We told you through our many complaints against and challenges to the LBPD processes. So this year I asked the City Council to do something different. Listen and act accordingly. Support the programs that care for our community and make it better. Stop overfunding LBPD at the expense of the community needs just because that's what you've always done.
Ma'am, your time expired.
We don't need more police on the street. We don't need to provide police more money for their violent tools that do more harm than.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Beto Lopez, Gabriela, Kevin Yoger, James Suazo, and Susan Wise.
Hello, everybody. Hello, council members and mayor. My name is Norberto Lopez, the current project director of Libre and also a resident of District 8. Thank you, Austin, for coming out and doing the alley cleanup. So it was nice to see you there. The People's Budget Coalition strongly supports Vice Mayor Richardson's request for $125,000 to fund one additional housing navigator position, which would be in addition to the 3 housing navigators funded by the Long Beach Recovery Act. These additional funds should fund the new position and not a feasibility study. We also would like for the City Council to support more funding for the Right to Counsel program to ensure Long Beach families receive legal representation during the eviction process. We cannot continue to give so much money to the police department and not the communities that elect you. We must not continue to ignore the call of the people. Invest in CLTs and bring actual affordable housing rather than cutting through loopholes that cost the city housing and dollars that could be used to house people. If we want real change, we must not invest in those that criminalize us, but those who really care about us. Community has called upon you to make the decisions and fund resources that make our communities better. We cannot continue to have a city that has a 17-year gap of life expectancy depending on where you live. Thank you.
Hi, council members. I'm Kevin, a District 1 resident with another reason to defund LBPD. I couldn't believe that the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan is unfunded in this budget. The budget documents say these plans are beyond the abilities of current city resources, but that's just an excuse hiding a political decision. We don't have $1 million for renewable energy, but we have $260 million for LBPD. I mean, it's ridiculous and it's selling out our future. When are we going to fund the cap? When are we going to stop drilling for oil? What are you waiting for? Do you think LVPOA is going to ask money next year? It's never going to be a convenient time. This budget is climate denialism. You say climate change is real, but then you deny that we can actually do anything about it. So we should start with funding the cap and ending fossil fuel extraction and making sure Long Beach residents have a habitable future. And then recognize that LBPD's demands are beyond the ability of current city resources. The city needs to take climate change seriously, and that means defunding LBPD. Stop selling out our future and invest in the people's budget.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is James Suazo. I'm a resident of the 3rd District and speaking tonight on behalf of Long Beach Forward and asking you to support and adopt the people's budget. Specifically, we want to commend the Vice Mayor Rex Richardson for supporting a number of investments, including $1 million specifically out of Measure US dollars for the Children and Youth Fund. And we're particularly excited to see a participatory budgeting project where we can really, truly start to get at transforming the city budget, where we talk about not just numbers and dollars and cents, but actual engagement within this process, which all of us who have been coming here to all of these meetings, engaging in all of these processes, have been speaking to for a number of times. And one of the things that really stands out to me is that despite all of us coming from different backgrounds, from different experiences, there's a hard truth that we're all facing, and that we cannot police our way out of this pandemic. It's a painful truth, and tonight we're asking you to face that truth with us by doing right by our communities. And speaking of hard truths, this pandemic and its impacts aren't going away anytime soon, and neither are the people who have been here organizing, educating all of us about the real direct needs going on in the community and the need to defund the police, provide care, not cops, and actually transform our city budget for good. If not this budget, the next and the next and the next. Please adopt the people's budget. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Wise, and then May Lynn, Kenny Allen, C. Grams, and Pamela Fields.
Good evening, Vice Mayor.
Please proceed.
Vice Mayor Richardson. I see the mayor has left the dais for a moment. And good evening, City Council members. My name is Susan Wise, and I am here in my capacity as Chair of the Ethics Commission, which was put into place by a charter amendment almost 3 years ago. I'm here also accompanied by Vice Chair Margot Morales. We are here to urge your adoption of additional funding for the Ethics Commission in order to allow us to have an ethics officer. I believe this recommendation was approved in the Budget Oversight Committee earlier this afternoon, where I think it was looked at perhaps a little more closely. It is essential to the work of the Commission, which has now identified numerous issues that need to be worked on in order to bring a culture of ethics to our city. It's something that has been endorsed by the voters, and I urge you to provide the leadership and the funding to make this a reality. The Commission will support it, and I think that, and appreciate it, and I believe that all the voters will appreciate it as well in the fact that this measure had overwhelming support from the voters when it was adopted. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about the Ethics Commission or our need for additional funding in order to make this important work possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gabby Hernandez, and I'm the Executive Director for the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition, a member organization of the People's Budget. I said this last time, but I don't think you all heard me. The police, you all are spending $780,000 in policing a day. Can you please just reflect on that a little bit? It's $782,000 a day. That's almost $1 million a day. Please think about that. Rather than focusing on the root causes of the issues, we're thinking about giving more money to policing. We are giving more money to policing. We increased the budget this year for them. You know what community needs? You heard it here. Resources, access to housing, access to health care. We're not getting that. You're hearing this time and time again. People, what do we want? When do we want it? Now. What do we want? When do we want it? Now. Thank you. Cops do not keep us safe. We said that multiple times. Please listen. Look at us when we're speaking to you all. We ask for respect. And we need to defund the police now, and we need to adopt the people's budget. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is May Lynn. I'm a resident of District 4, a card-carrying member of DSA Long Beach, and also I'm an educator. I just taught my first classes this week in my new position as an assistant professor of Asian American Studies at Cal State Long Beach. Go Beach! So I strongly urge you to adopt the people's budget. We have been defunding education, health, housing, and youth development for far too long. Instead of putting more money in the police budget, we should be investing in the supports that enable all of us to thrive, especially the Black, Brown, and immigrant communities who have been most impacted by deep histories and realities of disinvestment. Like many other educators, if I have a student in my class who is checked out or something's going on or maybe even causing conflicts, my impulse, like many others, is to reach out and to ask what's going on in their lives and in their communities. What are the supports that they need to thrive and to succeed in my class and beyond? Because we know that's the answer. As the great Professor Sadia Hartman said, care is the antidote to violence. And that is what we need more of in our communities. We need more support so that all of us can grow in our full abundance and what we're capable of as humans. And we know, as a researcher also, that there's abundance of studies that shows that that works. So I urge you, adopt the people's budget.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Kenny Allen, and I'm a resident of the 2nd District. I'm here tonight to ask that you adopt the people's budget. Take a moment to soak in the diversity of the groups coming to ask for your support tonight. Walking into the new City Hall, I was reminded by the multiple languages posted in shiny metal letters on the wall that every time a coalition this broad has come to you, eventually we win. In fact, after we win, you enjoy presenting our demands to the community as your leadership. Thinking back on our fights for language access, Claudia's Law, funding for the arts, and so many more, you may delay us, but you cannot defeat us. I know that you will ignore us tonight, but Long Beach is listening to us. The vision of a world without policing, surveillance, and prisons is spreading like never before. Our movement is growing. How could it not? While we talk about health, wellness, and housing, you take our taxpayer money and invest further in violence workers. You may attempt to delay the forces of change with your vote tonight, but to borrow from Victor Hugo, no force on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. A time beyond police has come. The question in front of you tonight is simple. Whose side are you on?
Resident of District 6. Mayor, earlier in this meeting, you brought up the greater public good and put a lot of emphasis on that. Well, I think the greater public good requires you to divest in policing and punishment, to abolish it. Think about it. Councilwoman Sorrow, I'm coming to you to demand that you take a stand, to not dilute your voice amongst the loud corporate interests of your colleagues, because I know you see us. The people of your district, the people of the city are demanding the divestment of funds for the Long Beach Police Department, a corrupt and literally deadly department of the city's government that has murdered 27 people since 2013 and received 941 civilian complaints of police misconduct since 2016. And this body wants to give the LBPD more money instead of investing in our schools, community program, and affordable housing. Councilwoman Sorrow, I understand that some of your colleagues would not choose to vote to divest in Long Beach PD because they are ex-police themselves. They are brainwashed to believe that policing and punishment keep our community safe, but I'm here to beg you to open your eyes and see that policing and punishment only keep us in chains. There is not one study that shows that policing reduces crime, not one.
Your time has expired.
Adopt the people's budget.
I'm speaking on behalf of Pamela Fields, the mother of Dante Jordan, murdered by Long Beach Police Department in November 2013. My name is Ardrina Redmond, co-founder of the Black Lives Matter Long Beach chapter. I am certainly here to ask, well, not ask, and I'm not begging, I'm demanding that you defund the police. I'm absolutely demanding that you defund the police. I'm absolutely asking that you do what we know you know how to do, which is to make a plan and execute that plan. When I moved to this town 27 years ago, downtown Long Beach did not look like it did. The city made a concerted effort to invest in downtown, to build housing, where we now have, what did I hear last week, from the fire department, it's equivalent to the city of Hawaiian Gardens now in downtown Long Beach. You did that. You did that. Just like you did that, you can make a plan to reallocate funds from the murderous Long Beach Police Department and put it back into community services, put it back into health care, put it back into after-school programs where kids are not being gaslit by police. There's something wrong with them, and the police are there to save them. You can do that. You can do that. What you have to do is put your creative hats on, put your commitment hats on, and stand with all of these people in this room who are here and ready to stand with you when you're ready to be the leaders that we require you to be.
Next speaker is Rosario, Elise Brillaut, Juana Francisca, and Jonathan Gray. Please come forward. Rosario, Elise Brillaut, Juana Francisca, Jonathan Gray.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre... ¿Usted? ¿Me ayuda? Okay. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosario.
Good afternoon, my name is Rosario.
Desafortunadamente mi familia y yo pasamos por una situación muy difícil,
Unfortunately, me and my family, we went through a very difficult situation
donde no tuve el apoyo de la policía ni de nadie.
where I didn't have the support from the police or anyone.
Mi hija pasó por una cuestión de un acoso sexual infantil.
My daughter went through some sexual harassment, child abuse.
Tuvimos una amenaza de muerte y estuvimos solos.
We had a death threat and we were by ourselves.
Por favor, yo les pido que pongan más dinero en la salud mental.
So please, I beg you, I ask you to put more money into mental health.
Por favor, vean a nuestros niños. Nuestros niños, nosotros los defendemos y están solos. Hay muchos niños, por favor, el código postal 90807, estamos solos y estamos pasando por una situación muy difícil. Hay muchos niños ahí que necesitan ayuda.
In the zip code 9807, where we are on our own, our children need your help. Our children need to be looked after. We look at different ways to look for them, but we need your help to look for our children.
For the Child nos está ayudando, pero ellos ocupan fondos. Por favor, balanceen sus fondos. Yo sé que ustedes pueden balancear los fondos mejor.
For the Child is helping us, but they need more funding. I know that you can help us better by funding a little more.
Hoy yo vengo con la coalición de los derechos de los inmigrantes de Long Beach.
Today I'm here with the Coalition for the Immigrant Rights of Long Beach.
Por favor, acepten el presupuesto del pueblo.
And please accept the people's budget.
Pero los niños son importantes. Gracias a los concejales de la calle 14, porque gracias a ellos hemos tenido información. Gracias a Isaac Romero, porque yo pienso que él fue quien nos salvó la vida a nosotros.
And so thank you to the council members on the Street 14 and Cesar Romero, because he's the one that gave us information and resources to us.
Sé que él trabaja para el señor Roberto García.
And I know that he works for Mr. Roberto Garcia.
Él salvó mi vida y la de mis hijos.
He saved my life and my children's life.
Por favor, balance su presupuesto. Los niños que pasan por abuso sexual infantil ocupan mucho más dinero.
Please revise your budget and pay attention to the fact that children that go through sexual abuse need more help and they need your help.
Los padres que pasamos por esto necesitamos también salud mental.
Parents that go through this, we also need help, mental health.
Si ustedes previenen esto, tal vez con información, con comerciales, ni siquiera vamos a necesitar la policía.
If you prevent this kind of situation through commercials and information, we may not even need the police.
Por favor, balancen su presupuesto.
So please balance your budget.
Y muchas gracias por escucharme.
And thank you very much for listening to me.
Hi, my name is Elise Brio, and I'm a resident of District 1. I'm here with the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition to demand that the City of Long Beach adopt the people's budget. Specifically, I ask that you cut the Long Beach Police Department's budget by at least 25% and reinvest those funds into communities of color. In case you all forgot, thousands of Long Beach residents rose up in protest last year to demand that the city take action to dismantle structural racism. As many BIPOC organizers have repeatedly argued, a key component to protecting Black and brown lives is by defunding the police who disproportionately kill and invoke harm on them. Yet, the discourse coming out of the mayor's office recently has been concentrated on beefing up the LBPD to respond to spikes in crime. It is giving me a real sense of deja vu to the failed tough on crime policies of the 1980s and 1990s. Now, vintage jeans you can buy on Retro Row are cool. Vintage policies that exacerbate the racist prison industrial complex are not. Rather than adding an additional $16 million to the LBPD's budget, I urge that the city invest in community-led crisis response, violence reduction, and crime prevention strategies that are not related to police. I also demand that you use budget cuts to the LBPD in order to fund initiatives such as affordable housing, youth programs, investment in mental health, implementation of the language access policy, along with the other points outlined in people's budget. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Hola, mi nombre es Juana Francisca.
Hello, my name is Juana
Y
Francisca.
soy parte de Coalición de Inmigrantes de Long Beach.
I am a part of the coalition of immigrants of Long Beach.
Estoy aquí para mandar que el Concilio de Long Beach acepte el presupuesto del pueblo,
I am asking here to the City Council to accept the people's budget,
que desembolse a la policía.
to defund the police.
Yo soy parte de la comunidad de aquí en Long Beach
I am part of this community here in Long Beach.
y que la policía nunca investiga bien su trabajo.
The police never investigates, they never do their job properly.
Ellos criminalizan a nuestra comunidad
They criminalize our community
y siempre agarra personas que no son criminales.
and they always catch the non-criminals.
En vez de dar más dineros en la policía,
Instead of giving more money to the police,
deben dar todo ese fondo al presupuesto del pueblo.
you must give all that funding to the people's budget.
Deben dar ese dinero a una división de vivienda del alquiler.
That money should be given to a division that deals with tenants' rights.
Gracias por escucharnos. Espero que tomen un paso para apoyar a nuestra comunidad.
Thanks for listening, and I hope you make the right step to help our community.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
And the last speaker is Jonathan Gray.
Thank you, Council, for taking the time to listen to my thoughts about specifically the U.S. My name is Jonathan Gray. I'm the Associate Executive Director of the Community Development YMCA on 19th and Long Beach Boulevard at the Spark in Midtown. Thank you for those of you that came to our groundbreaking back in July. And I'm here to talk specifically around the Measure US funding because I really feel that more money needs to be allocated to CBOs, nonprofits working with youth and not going to the city specifically. When I was at the Youth Development Forum held at Houghton Park last Monday with Mary Zendejas and Councilmember Richardson, or Vice Mayor Richardson, excuse me, the youth made their voices heard and they made their voices clear. They want investment in themselves. They want investment in programs that will benefit them and investment in their communities. And by moving money into the city budget and the city coffers to help the city and not help the communities that can really cast a wider net of youth within our city, I really feel is a disservice to the youth, number one, that spoke on Zoom, or the dozens of youth that spoke at that forum, but it's really a disservice to all the 107,000 voters that voted in favor of Measure US. So please take the time, invest more money into CBOs, invest more money into our youth, because if we want the youth of Long Beach to stay in Long Beach, they need that investment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and go into, there's a series of items all related to the budget. So I want to go ahead and go through those here really briefly. And so I think as the council knows, there are a series of votes. They're all different and relate to different parts of the budget. They're all starting at item 22. And so it's 22, 22.1, 22A2, 22A3, and so forth. And so I will go through each item as we go through, and different ones relate to different parts of the budget. So let me begin through that process, and each one needs a separate vote. And I know that the city attorney, if at any time that I need to take a different vote or we skipped one, just please let me know in the sequence. And then I know that towards the end, Mr. Modica, I know that there's going to be a period of time where the staff will need to go and do some calculations. And then we'll have to reconvene. We'll continue on the agenda and then reconvene the hearing. Is that correct, Ms. Yoon?
Yes, potentially. So depending on how much the changes are made, we'll need a little bit of time. It'll be, if it's what's coming out of the Budget Oversight Committee, it'll be a little more truncated than that.
Okay, thank you. So let me go ahead and start with the first item. The first item, which is A1, there is a motion and a second. It's just to receive and file and adopt the proposed recommendations as it relates to the mayor's message. Just as a reminder, this year's mayor's message did not have additional recommendations beyond the proposed budget, and so there are no changes there. There's a motion and a second to that, so members, please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
The second item is the Budget Oversight Committee's proposed recommendation. So this is a variety of recommendations in here. I'm going to turn this over to Councilmember Austin, who chairs the Budget Oversight Committee, who will go through all the proposed funding recommendations as amended to the proposed FY22 budget. And this will also need a motion and a second to move forward. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Councilman Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to actually ask staff to read the budget oversight recommendations, but I do want to start off with a few comments, if that's okay. I want to first of all thank everyone in the Long Beach community who participated in the FY22 budget process in any way. And that includes community forums, city council meetings, surveys, emails, or contacted your council representatives or staff in any way to express your opinions on this, how this budget should be carried through. We really appreciate your attention to the financial priorities and well-being of the city. This FY22 budget process has been very different from the previous year, which was very dire and entailed many cuts to city employees in every department, including millions from our police department. The outlook was pretty terrifying a year ago. So I salute everyone who endured, our entire city team and the community for enduring a very turbulent year. This year's budget is a little better, thanks to our federal, state, and county government partners. I give it up, salute to President Biden and Governor Newsom for recognizing Long Beach is a big city and allocating resources to help us recover and meet the needs of our city on many levels. Especially, I want to thank our mayor for his work to advocate for our city at those levels, because it made a real difference. The FY22 budget before us today is almost 180 degrees from a year ago. But we also know that we face huge budget challenges in the coming years. The FY22 budget will promote ethics, equity, it will establish a youth fund, and will largely reflect the values of most residents in Long Beach. Balancing our budget is not just a financial goal, but this council also has a responsibility to balance ideas and the needs of our vastly diverse city. The budget in front of us today accomplishes that. This budget will deliver services that improve health services, public safety, and the overall livability of our city. So with that said, it is the Budget Oversight Committee recommendation to approve the city manager's budget, proposed budget with our BOC recommendations that also address city needs and council priorities. So I want to thank my colleagues, number one, for indulging and working with me on this particular process. And I hope we all can support a responsible and measured approach to budgeting over the next fiscal year. And so with that, I would like to enter into the record the motions from the Budget Oversight Committee, and I want to ask Budget Manager Grace Yoon to read those motions, please.
Certainly. These were the motions approved by the BOC earlier today. A, motion to revise the proposed allocation of the Measure US funding as follows. Add $457,337 to the community-based grants for youth development, bringing the total from the $216,134 allocated in the proposed budget to $673,471. The funding will come from defunding the Youth Ambassador Program funding of $337,337, which includes funding for 8 FTEs, and the Fieldwork Program funding for youth workers and trainees of $120,000. With this change, the total category of youth fund funding will be $1,037,636, originally $917,636. The category of climate change will be $123,029, originally $243,029. It is anticipated that the city will be receiving direct allocations from the state for youth employment and workforce development that will be able to potentially restore the defunded programs. B, motion to use $1,340,116 of one-time funds from potential improved projections for the general fund in FY21, which will be confirmed by February 2022, or a drawdown of reserves if the FY21 improved projections do not materialize, for the following structural and one-time investments in the general fund. B1, motion to appropriate $165,000 in the general fund group in the city manager's department to structurally add one ethics officer position to support ethics commission work. This structural add will be offset with one-time funding in FY22, with ongoing structural funding that will need to be identified as part of the FY23 budget process. B2, motion to add one-time funds of $35,000 in the general fund group in the city manager's department to further support ethics commission needs in FY22, such as outside professional services or materials, offset by the carryover of projected FY21 salary savings. B3, motion to appropriate $100,116 in the general fund group in the police department to structurally support the incremental cost of the conversion of 2 civilian positions in the air support unit to 2 police officers. This motion results in an air support unit comprised of a total of 4 sworn police officers, 2 certified pilots, and 2 tactical flight officers. This structural offset with one-time funding in FY22, with ongoing structural funding that will need to be identified as part of the FY23 budget process. B4, motion to add one-time funds of $100,000 in the general fund group in the city manager's department to further support the fireworks enforcement team piloted in FY21 to mitigate the illegal use of fireworks and explosives in Long Beach. B5, motion to add one-time funds of $200,000 in the general fund group in the economic development department to determine the future of Bixby Knolls Business Improvement Association. Funds are required to be spent on securing the financial future of Bixby Knolls and pay for studies, outreach, and implementation of a new permanent revenue source that can replace or enhance past RDA funding from the city. These funds are intended to provide a bridge in FY22 to new funding sources and cover administrative costs. Funding for events and business support will come from other internal sources or Long Beach Recovery Act dollars. B6, motion to add one-time funds of $540,000 in the general fund group in the citywide activities department to be divided equally between the city council districts for district priorities and in conformance with the existing guidelines for the use of district priority funding. B7, motion to add one-time funds of $100,000 in the general fund group in the Public Works Department for speed mitigation efforts on residential streets to be divided approximately equally between city council districts. The proposed mitigation efforts must comply with normal rules and regulations and accordingly must be approved by the city's traffic engineer and follow normal city processes. B8, motion to add one-time funds of $100,000 in the general fund group in the Public Works Department to develop a vision and a plan for a Long Beach COVID-19 memorial. C, motion to appropriate $127,633 in the Special Advertising and Promotion Fund Group, the Manager Department, to structurally restore Run Program Specialist position in the Communications Program, funded by a drawdown on funds available in FY22 and with ongoing structural funding that will need to be identified as part of the FY23 budget process. D, motion to direct the city manager to include the following items as high priority projects to be considered for funding using any year-end surplus resources from the general fund, Measure A, Special Advertising and Promotions Fund, and or other sources as relevant and if available. The city manager should include the status of funding these projects as part of the FY21 year-end performance report and in the context of available surplus funds and other priority needs and projects. The following list is not in any priority order. 1, the MLK Jr. statue restoration and park area improvements. 2, North Long Beach pool feasibility study. 3, All Abilities Playground design enhancement for Admiral Kidd Playground and other potential playground projects. 4, Duck Pond gap funding as necessary. 5, tree trimming enhancements. 6, Bluff Park historic lamps. 7, Bixby bandshell and park improvements. 8, gateway sign for 405 and 22 implementation. 9, public fireworks show on July 4th. And 10, beach streets. That concludes the BOC recommendations.
Councilmember Uranga, any comments?
Just want to thank the work that Councilmember Austin put into this. He came out with a budget that I think is balanced, which I think we should celebrate. There's no loss of revenue there. What we need to do is to look into the future. This budget is good for us today, but it might be the budget that we're going to have to look at tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to have a heavy, difficult time in balancing our budget because we're going to have a deficit that is going to be huge, and we really need to look at that. So I'm very glad to second this motion for this budget here this year, knowing that the challenges are yet to come. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, let me take a moment and just congratulate and thank the Budget Oversight Committee. I know this budget, there isn't a lot of, it's not a surplus. And what they did, I see a lot of our needs reflected here. I have a couple questions, and there's one thing I do want to raise. For staff, what's the real difference between the B category and the D category? So I see a lot of really important investments in B and a lot of investments in D, but I think this will be, confusing for the public. So let's explain, are the categories in B funded and the things in category D kind of funded, or what's the difference between categories B and D?
Sure, Council Member. So category B is using a potential estimate of improved projections for the general fund in FY21. We are not certain of that, but this is an amount that we feel would be a reasonable amount to actually appropriate right now. And so items under category B are actually being appropriated in the actual dollar amounts. The items in category D are identified as high priority projects that to allow us to close the year and actually see how the year turns out with actual dollars. And then we would be coming back, the city manager would be coming back with his year-end performance report for 21 and concluding and summarizing how all of these things would be potentially funded at the end of the year.
Okay, so, and how are we looking toward the end of the year? Does it look like these things are on the path where you can fund some of these items or not?
So that's a great question. I think there are some optimistic signs that we're seeing in terms of some revenue sources that are performing better, like sales tax and Measure A. But given this year with all of the uncertainties, the pandemic-related expenses, and some other factors, there are a lot of variables that really swing the projection one way or the other. And so I would say while we are seeing some optimistic news, it is too early to say one way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Can I add one thing, Mr. Vice Mayor, just to add to that before you move on to the next piece? Because I do think it's important. And I know Mr. Modica and I discussed this piece as well. And I just want to add that if we have obviously for the last few years have had the city manager come back with those surplus dollars and presented a variety of different projects. And so I'm very optimistic, I think, looking at what's happening right now, that the projects that are listed are going to see those investments. So I mean, I think it's always good to be a little cautious and not be sure, but I think we can all recall, if you look at, almost every single year, I think maybe not every year Measure A has overperformed. I think every year that it's passed, and it continues to do so even this year in the pandemic. And so I think I'm hopeful that not only are we able to fund all these projects, but maybe even more projects that are not even on that list.
And I'm also optimistic. So I think this is a reasonable list. I think these are in the dollar amounts we've kind of talked about. These are achievable. We just need to figure out how much money we actually have and how to allocate them to these. And there may be other priorities that are urgent between now and February. So that's what I'll be bringing back to you is for an investment and a plan with these as priorities.
Okay, so it's good. That's good to know. That these are possible. I see a lot of important projects from, Admiral Kill Playground, MLK statue, North Long Beach Pool feasibility study. These are important things, and I wouldn't want to say that one is more important than, say, the category B priorities. I think they're all important. The second thing I would say is, hey, you took some of my time when the mayor put a question. The second thing I would say is,
you can have your time back.
Thanks. With respect to the youth fund, first of all, I just want to say before I make this comment that we made a request to take the $917,000 and make it a clean million, and the Budget Oversight Committee recommendation does that. So thank you to the Budget Oversight Committee for establishing a $1 million youth fund. That's important. We talked about this. We advocated for this. The community was very clear. We had our own Measure US Youth Town Hall to talk about this. So we're really happy to see that. The second part of that request was the community wanted 80% of those funds to go out to community. And my request was 75%. It was just, give a little more flexibility. What we have today is it's a significant improvement from only 216,000. It's up to 673,000. That's a significant improvement. I do want to see us do better. That's 67%. I do want to see us do better. So my first question is, I remember the initial list of items were all categories that are consistent with what we talked about in our Measure US resolution. But what is still remaining in those categories for the youth fund?
So you mean what is still, what else could be allocated in there?
No, I see that like the Youth Ambassador Program, you found another way to fund that.
Mm-hmm.
What's remaining in the other 33% that's going to city staff?
So generally, and Grace can get dollar amount specific, so we have some staffing to be able to support the youth fund and the youth commission. I think that's really important if we want this to be successful. We then, in the health fund, we have funding for Office of Equity, about 50,000, I believe. We also then have the older adult senior program to make that structural. And then what's really left is the ones that I think you would have kind of the most discretion over, that at least I would recommend you look at if you're looking at anything else, and that would be some additional program for our library. So there's about $120 roughly $1,000 for STEAM programming, which is science, technology, those types of programs in our libraries, and teen mental health programs in libraries.
Okay, so And I'll support all those programs. The one thing I would say is what's listed within the youth fund, that library fund, does that have to be conducted by city staff? I think it creates a double standard if everyone else has to apply through the youth fund, but the libraries get directly funded. Like the management of the fund, the youth summit, all that's Office of Youth Development is consistent. But why wouldn't we just put that library funding as a grant to Library Foundation or some library supporting group so it's consistent and we don't continue to whittle away at the 75%? Because we could be at a hard standard and a commitment to the public by doing that. Is that something that you have, could that work?
So anything's possible. The way we created this was that city staff would be providing that rather than foundation. Sometimes money flows to the foundation when they raise it, and then it gets sent back to city staff. We've not explored a model where the foundation have their own staff that provide this. We were going to provide it with city staff kind of funded through the library.
Okay, I see my time is up. I'll hear from my colleagues, but I want to see if there's a way, either the end of year fund savings, or not fund savings, projections on Measure US, like even if it performs better, that funding should still be going the way it was structured. So either that way, or by just taking it, because I agree with the library funding, but structuring as a grant, because I don't think, say, the library is any more important than, Success and Challenges Freedom School, or I think they're equally important. I think we should be fair in how we begin to allocate this fund. So I'll pause there. I would love to just hear some feedback from the colleagues.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Sorrow.
Thank you. I just want to follow with Vice Mayor Richardson's questioning around the youth fund, and in the sense that I also want to thank the BOC for supporting the increase in funding to make it $1 million for the youth fund. I do want to explore, I do agree that 75% is a good number as far as ensuring that it goes to the youth. I agree that, we trusted young people to lead in developing the strategic plan. And I think we need to be able to trust them, be able to determine where the funding should go for their development and investing in them. As far as just, the process and determining exactly those points, and I'd like to explore further how we can ensure that it is about a 75% that is allocated to young people to determine where that program goes. So that's kind of where I'm at with this, and that I think that we need to indicate to young people that we support their leadership and that they know what is best for them. The other question I have, and I want to raise this because I want to make sure that we do at least address how the question about how do we also support our undocumented community members. During the pandemic, there was a lot of funding that went, individuals that undocumented community members weren't eligible for. And I think we had some general discussion around basic income as a possible avenue. So I'm wondering now, Tom or Mr. Modica or Ms. Tatum, if you can clarify what the process would be for our undocumented community member to be able to access the Guaranteed Income Pilot Program that will be coming in this fall, so that we know we're also ensuring that we're supporting our undocumented community members.
Thank you for that question, Councilwoman Sorrow. That program is in the early stages of development, and it is being developed by the Economic Development Department. And as with all of the other LBRA programs, Recovery Act funds, it will be very extensively promoted and advertised, particularly among the community groups that are subject to or that may be eligible for it. So we will be developing those programs, and before any of them are rolled out, you will be getting some kind of notice in advance of the programs being rolled out, so that if you have thoughts on it, you can certainly weigh in with the staff regarding that. But that is the idea, is to very heavily promote it, particularly in the areas where that program, the areas of eligibility for that program. And if you recall, there was a memo from the staff to the City Council that very broadly outlined what that program looks like, and it was based upon a lot of feedback and a very specific group that had come together to look at what some of the options for that program were.
Great, thank you. We'll look forward to having more discussion about it. No further comment or.
Thank you. I'm going to just add something. I think Vice Mayor Richardson mentioned one thing I think that is interesting, which I think could be part of this, Councilman Austin, which is that if measure, because obviously I think the BOC obviously has gone a lot further than staff's recommendation, and pretty close to where what some of the community input has been, and certainly hit the over $1 million actually in request. But perhaps if we can take any overages that happen with Measure US, I mean, there's certainly certain funds do perform better sometimes over time, and so if the fund ends up performing better this year or the next year, that those could go directly into the youth fund for that piece. That way, I think that's an opportunity for that to grow even beyond the million that might satisfy, I think, some of the Vice Mayor's concerns.
You know, I think I'd be certainly amenable to doing that. I think it's very important that we show good faith to our library services as well, because that's a proven entity. When we know we're going to see thousands and thousands of kids on a yearly basis, and when we're talking about providing STEAM education and opportunities as well as mental health services, I think that would be troublesome for me to see that it's been proposed, but then this council or BLC or council committee cut it. So,
right, and that's why I think the request is not to cut the library services piece.
Absolutely. So if we can keep that intact and meet the Vice Mayor's concerns, I think we'd be fine.
Yeah, I think that keeps the library piece intact, and just any overages would go there. So I think that's a slight change to that. Next up is Councilwoman Mungo.
Thank you. I want to thank the chair of the Budget Oversight Committee along with the committee members. I know it's a considerable amount of work to balance all of the different requests. I'm excited to hear that the All Abilities Playground is getting some additional funding. There's been a lot of work on that, and I'm excited to hear that Councilmember Orenga's replacement playground will also be considered an All Abilities playground. As I go to different playgrounds across the city and see different apparatus that are available for kids of different needs, it makes me very proud of our city that we're making those kind of investments, and I'm proud to see us move in that direction. Also, I'm very strongly in support of maintaining the funding with the library. All of you know I'm a big supporter of foundations, specifically foundations that support departments directly. The Library Foundation is going through a transition right now. The library as a department has proven leadership through this pandemic to really be a rock along with our Parks and Rec program for our community and our youth. And I appreciate Councilmember Austin's comments surrounding that. Though I do continue to support the Library Foundation and work with one of their board members very closely and see lots of opportunity for them in the years to come. Every time there's a transition, there's also a lot of opportunity. Everyone brings different resources to the table, and I look forward to seeing where they go from here. So with all of that said, I just want to appreciate that a lot of these different add-ons are a great need for our city. I know that I shared with Councilmember Austin that tree trimming is the #1 request for service that we receive in our city, and it has gone from one that was for just convenience and support of the environment to one that's actually really safety related, as some of our older trees have passed away and dead branches have become a hazard in our communities and our parks. So I really appreciate and wanted to highlight and lift that up in addition to some of the other really important projects that are listed here. So thank you very, very much for all of your hard work. And I was seeing where we go with this amazing investment.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to just take a moment. Thank you for that recommendation. I think it certainly makes sense. It's my concern would be if we're not putting as much as we can toward that community grant portion. So I think if we have end of the year projections are higher, putting those toward more community grants, I think that's a good thing. And I would say I don't think it's a library versus others. I think we just have to think of it all as youth, and we all have value, whether you're in a park because your neighborhood doesn't have a library, and my neighborhood didn't for a long time. I know what that's like. But we also do have the Michelle Obama Neighborhood Library, and we love programming within that library. So for me, I'm just thinking holistically, this is about youth, not about carving out our little piece for what we like. It's about youth and empowering those youth to be a part of this process, and that's what's most important to me. So I certainly want to thank you for that, and thank you, Councilman Austin, for being amenable to that.
Councilman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much to the Oversight Committee for all the hard work that you have done on this budget. I know how much you have worked on it, and I think that one of the things that I'm very pleased to see is the motion that was made earlier by the Oversight Committee to recommend the $1 million to the Youth Fund. I think after going to the forum that we were at, where there was dozens and dozens of youth speaking out on what their needs were, was really, really clear to me that they wanted us to really give the organizations that are youth serving the majority of the money. So I'm very, very supportive of the 75% going directly to those organizations that are youth serving, and that continue to help our youth and creating opportunities and paths to better life qualities. So I'm really excited about that. I want to thank all of the youth who participated in our forum and really made their needs shown. So thank you again for that. And I'm very, very supportive of the 75%, at least that going directly to our youth serving programs. All across the city. Another thing that I know is that, we continue to see language access in every budget that we see. And I know that we're giving a lot to our language access, a lot of attention to our language access program. One of the things I'd like to move forward and see as a priority is to be able to have language access interpreters in-house. I think that is going to be such a valuable asset to our city, and I know we're working towards that. So I'm very, very much in support of that, and really look forward to seeing how every year we work together and work hard to provide as much as we can. And I know it's a difficult year, and it's going to be even more difficult, but I think that one of the things that this pandemic has shown us is that, one, language access is needed, and we really need to have that program in-house. So thank you very much again for all the hard work on this budget.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second to approve the BOC recommendations with, as written, with the amendment that on the youth fund, that any additional resources that possibly could come in from Measure US would go to supporting the youth fund as it relates to community organization programming.
Yes, and we understand that would be then part of the motion.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Please go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Item A3, please.
Recommendation to adopt the expenditures and revenues as identified in the proposed fiscal year 22 budget as amended.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes on this item.
Motion carries.
Item A4, please.
Recommendation to adopt the allocations of Long Beach Recovery Act plan and increase fiscal year 21 appropriations in relevant departments and funds.
Thank you. I just want to add just a couple of remarks on this piece. I just want to, again, just thank the Biden administration, the Congress, certainly both the state and our county resources for allowing us to put together a major Long Beach recovery plan of new resources coming into the city. The additional $249 million are going directly to support city programs, including substantial investments in health, in violence prevention work, as well as a variety of programs as it relate to library services, outreach for community programs, the Justice Fund, expanding language access, new programs for seniors, and particularly new programs around youth health outcomes and climate resiliency. In addition, there is incredible support for small businesses that have been impacted by the pandemic. There is support most substantially for our health department for a variety of COVID-19 related investments and costs. And the support for our city employees, which it relates to eliminating our furloughs for our hardworking employees and restocking the reserves, which we also know are very important as it relates to having drawn down our reserve because of the pandemic, putting reserves back to prepare for the next emergency. And so I do want to thank all of the partners that helped us put this together. And I think there's one comment on this. Vice Mayor Richardson, did you have a public comment on the Recovery Act?
Sure. First of all the things you said, absolutely. But a couple things were raised by the community that I want to make sure that we're clear on. So I know that when we negotiated and debated this, a number of things were called out, but they're not broken out in this budget, particularly around the land trust, housing navigation, and the down payment assistance. So Mr. Modica, can you confirm that those are reflected here and what the amounts are?
Yes, so there was a motion that was passed back on March 16th, which then took staff's recommendations and amended it. And so there was additional $5 million in that motion for, of the housing, it would be $1 million for navigators, $1 million for land trust, and $3 million for additional down payment assistance.
Okay, and so
as we're looking in the budget, we actually don't have that narrative at the same way that the council did it. That was just an oversight. Those are, the council motion governs it, and we'll be providing more information on how those exactly get broken down.
Okay, so that's important because I know there was a request earlier for an additional money on housing navigation, and I want to clarify, majority of the funds had a 10%, this would have been subject to a 10% cut. That housing navigation, $1 million based on the rest of the recovery dollars, but this wasn't, and so there's $100,000. So this would have been 900, but it's 1,000. So it's effectively the same as if you gotten that additional 100 for a navigator. It's effectively the same. And so I want the community to understand you're still going to get $1 million fully toward housing navigation. The motion was already approved by the budget and by the council, and it's reflected here. So I just want folks to leave with that clarity that these levels are reflected in the budget. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes on the Recovery Act plan.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next is the Capital Improvement Program, which is A5.
Recommendation to approve the fiscal year 22 one-year capital improvement program.
Okay, please cast your votes on the CIP.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next is A6, which is the ordinance amending the departmental organization ordinance. It's read for the first time and later to the next regular meeting for final reading. Please cast your votes on that.
Motion is adopted.
Thank you. And then we're going to move on to A7, which is the amended salary resolution for FY22.
Councilwoman Mungo. Motion is carried.
Thank you. The next item, which is A8, is the resolution approving the FY22 budget for the Long Beach Harbor Department as adopted by the Board of Harbor Commissioners. There's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Next is A9, which is the resolution approving the FY22 budget for the Long Beach Water Department as adopted by the Board of Water Commissioners.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item A10 is the motion approving the FY22 budget for the Long Beach Community Investment Company. Please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Okay, next is A11, which is the adopting the motion to approving the estimated transfer of $20,581,911 from the Harbor Fund Group to the Tidelands Operating Fund Group as required by the charter. There's a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. And then item A12 is the resolution establishing the GAN appropriations limit for FY22.
Councilmember Uranga. Motion is carried.
Okay, thank you. Before we move on, does budget staff need to make any adjustments to the budget recommendations before we move on to the next few items?
We just need a couple minutes. They're bringing down the motion language that we will attach, and that can be part of 13 and 14.
Then if there's no objection, we will hold the budget hearing, and then we'll go into some other items on the agenda and come back to the budget.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So then with that, if we can just go back to the regular agenda. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do item 2028, please.
Report from Economic Development, recommendation to authorize city manager to execute an agreement with the State of California Employment Development Department to accept and expend FY 21-22 Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act grant funding in an amount up to $4,699,714, and authorize city manager to execute all necessary agreements with Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act training vendors citywide.
There's a motion and a second. I don't believe there's public comment. Please cast your votes. Item 29, please.
Report from Human Resources, recommendation to adopt a resolution approving an exception to the 180-day waiting period for public to hire Brian Gregory Tulea to work in the Financial Management Department citywide.
There's no public comment. Please cast your votes. Item 30, please.
Report from City Attorney, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code by adding Chapter 8.120, temporary enforcement of Long Beach health orders related to COVID-19, and declaring the urgency thereof, and declaring that this ordinance shall take effect immediately, read and adopted as read, citywide.
No public comment. Please cast your votes.
Motion carries.
Item 33.
Report from City Manager, recommendation to confirm City Manager's promulgation of the revised Safer at Home health order citywide.
Please cast your votes. There's a motion and a second.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. Item 32 is the last item, please, before the budget.
Report from City Attorney, recommendation to adopt a resolution in opposition to the September 14th, 2021 recall election of Governor of California, citywide.
Okay, there's two public comments. Could Gary Levy and Jared McKnight please come forward? Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Gary Levy. I live in the 5th District. I think when you have a vote, an issue that's left to the voters for the people to decide, I think it's wrong for a government agency to put its thumb on the scale officially. You all are elected officials, But we're together here to conduct the city's business. Your city employees conducting city business. Just as these uniformed police officers here, it's improper for them to put their thumb on the scale and tell people how to vote. It's wrong for city officials conducting city business to do that. I think it stinks of corruption. I hope the city attorney speaks out about that. It stinks of interference in elections. It's wrong to use that city seal, this letterhead, city resources, and city time to tell people how to vote. I think it also means, if you're for this, that you're a bunch of cheapskates, that you're using city resources when you should be using your own private resources to speak out on this and your own private time to speak out on this. We saw this with Measure A. We saw this with other charter amendments where you'd get city correspondence in your water bill. Again, city resources. It's unfair to opponents of this. It's just wrong. I've gotten phone calls on Measure A from city lines. It's wrong. It's a violation of the law, and I hope the city attorney can tell you that and recommend that you don't do it. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello again. I just want to say, from my understanding, the city cannot support a candidate, but your little loophole getting around that is by saying this is a ballot measure. But by opposing the recall, it is very much supporting the candidate, and I think it's a very dangerous precedent you all are sitting up there by opposing this recall. The polls show it's about 50-50 split down the middle for the recall versus not wanting to recall. So I believe you should allow the voters to make their vote known, their opinion known, and you guys should probably stay out of this one. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Members, please cast your votes.
Councilmember Supernall? Motion carries.
Okay, motion carries. With that, we are going to go ahead and take a recess. The budget office is still putting information in that will be presented to us as we conclude the budget. So we'll take a recess for about 10 minutes, and then we'll be back for the final items on the budget. I can have the council back to, the staff is ready to present the rest of the budget so we can adopt finish the budget for adoption. We're going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. And if I can go ahead and do a roll call, please, so we can go back into session.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Present.
Councilwoman Allen. Present. Councilwoman Price. Councilman Supernaw. Councilwoman Mungo.
Present.
Councilwoman Sorrow. Councilmember Uranga.
Presente.
Councilman Austin.
Here.
Vice Mayor Richardson. Mayor Garcia.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and take the next part of the budget, which is item 13, which is the emergency declaration, and it's A13. I can have a motion and a second on item 13. Members, please go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. If I can get a motion on item 14, please. And this is the final item that adopts the budget. And so can I get a motion and a second, please, on that? Thank you. I have some comments I want to make generally about the budget, and then we will take the final vote. If anyone has any final comments, this would be the time to do so. I want to just start by really thanking the Budget Oversight Committee. I want to thank you, Councilmember Austin, the chair, and the other members of the committee, Councilmember Uranga and Councilwoman Price, for your really, really hard work and commitment to the city and the budget process. I also want to take a moment to thank the budget staff, headed by Ms. Yoon and Mr. Gross, of course, and the entire team who work on the budget, not just during budget season, but all year long. And so thank you very much for your incredible work as well. And of course, to the really hundreds of people that were invested through community surveys, community meetings, attending the council meetings in a variety of ways. I just want to thank everyone that was a part of the budget. I want to also note that this budget that we have in front of us, the 22 budget, is balanced, it's responsible, and it reflects the city's strong recovery from this historic economic and public health crisis. This budget includes no cuts, no deficit, replenishes our reserves, and positions Long Beach to continue building back stronger than ever before. We are making historic investments in public health, in securing our city's future, and in violence prevention work across the community. I want to thank this council for their leadership and work throughout this year. It has been a difficult year, but we are grateful to all that have been involved in this process and in passing a budget that is responsible and reflects what our needs are is really important, and I'm really glad to see that happening tonight and as we move forward. And with that, again, I want to thank the makers of the motion, Councilmember Austin and Councilman Uranga. Councilman Austin, do you have any final comments?
think I gave my comments.
Great.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who participated in the process. Thank you, Mayor, for working with us, and all of my colleagues for their confidence and collaboration to make this happen. Thank you.
And Councilmember Uranga?
Great work on everybody's part for everything that has been done today. I want to especially thank the staff. I mean, they were really wonderful in doing the most difficult part of the heavy lifting, if you will, for this budget. Thank you.
Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much again to our Oversight Committee for all the hard work. But I also want to uplift all of the community organizations that worked really hard on the budget and really came to a lot of meetings with me in my office. And I really got a chance to get to know them and get to see where they're coming from and the needs in the community. So I just really wanted to uplift them and also say that years ago, the people's budget was only a dream. And I think that throughout the years, we've been taking as much as we can and implementing it into our budget. And I'm glad to see that there's a lot of focus on our youth, because I really think that they are the key. And us investing in them is definitely the key to, to ending, hopefully, our violent crimes in our cities. Able to not come out in a deficit is something that we as
significant because we don't typically have these types of resources, but also $1 million youth fund. Our entire city council should be proud of that and should get out and make sure that community-based organizations are engaged and support is going their way to make sure that we're supporting and have a world-class youth development program here in the city of Long Beach. I want to thank Councilman Austin, our chair of our Budget Oversight Committee, for being a good steward of this process. Thanks to our mayor for his leadership, the Federal Legislative Committee for working hard on the federal resources, and city staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sorrow.
Yes, I just want to add my thanks as well. It's to staff and to Chair Austin of the Budget Oversight Committee, as well as the committee members and staff as well. It's been an interesting first budget process. For sure, it's historic in the sense of this kind of resource and the challenge we face. I can't think of a better way, I guess, to learn about budgeting. So appreciate everyone's patience around the process. And, it just thank you for everyone's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes comment on the budget. Members, please go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion is carried.
Thank you. That concludes the budget adoption for the FY 2022. Congratulations to the body. And there will be some additional votes that we'll have to do some additional votes at the next meeting that are just required technical votes for the budget adoption, but this is already complete. And so with that, there is no second public comment period, and I will go ahead and close this meeting. Meeting adjourned.
And that's Kamasi Washington on tenor saxophone, his tune Tifa Con Kai, and that's from the album Heaven and Earth, recorded in 2018. And I just saw Kamasi Washington with his band perform at the Hollywood Bowl in mid-July. And man, that was such a fantastic show. And, you know, Kamasi Washington, Under the Stars at the Hollywood Bowl in the summertime, it's kind of hard to get better than that. And that with all of the young, great jazz cats here from L.A. Miles Mosley on bass, Tony Austin on drums, Ryan Porter on trombone, Dante Winslow trumpet, Jamel Dean piano, Terrace Martin on alto saxophone. These are all the cream of the crop of the young jazz musicians in Los Angeles with their leader. And Kamasi has emerged as a very powerful and very significant leader. That's Kamasi Washington, the album Heaven and Earth, and we heard Tifa Con Kai. And before that, another young voice in the world of jazz, and that's pianist Isaiah J. Thompson. 1,000 Rainbows from the album plays the music of Buddy Montgomery. On KJazz 88.1 FM, I'm Jose Rizzo, and you're listening to Bob Straight Ahead. And a reminder that the 4th annual Leimert Park Jazz Festival is coming up this weekend, Saturday, August 28, starting at 3 o'clock, 3 to 8:45 p.m. at Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza. And that's with great LA jazz bands led by Dwight Tribble and Albert Tootie Heath, a great drummer, saxophonist Azar Lawrence, Catalyst Collective, and my band, Mongorama, will be there as well. So come up and say hi at the 4th annual Leimert Park Jazz Festival. That's this Saturday, August 28 at Baldwin Hills Crenshaw Plaza between 3 and 9 p.m. Come on out and enjoy some great live LA jazz music. I'm Jose Rizzo, and let's continue with Bob Straight Ahead with trumpeter Lee Morgan, and this is from an album called Cornbread from 1965. Jackie McLean, alto saxophone, Hank Mobley, tenor sax, Herbie Hancock, piano, another great LA legend, Billy Higgins on drums, and Lee Morgan on trumpet, his own tune called Most Like Lee. Lee Morgan, straight ahead.
6th District Councilwoman Sorrow held an open house at Ernest McBride Park and Cal Recreation Community Center to welcome Long Beach residents to the new field office.
We just want to make sure that people know we're here and that we're here to serve them and that we're coming in the neighborhood to do so. So it's just a great way to bring people out and activate our park and bring people together and get connected to resources as well as the vaccination.
The outdoor resource fair connected visitors with local organizations, city services, and free vaccines.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to come out and to see that a lot of our community groups like CHA and a lot of our other groups that I saw that they're here supporting the kids and stuff and the art and the culture too. So, I mean, it's good because just everything coming together because everybody has a little part of everything and everybody, when they come together, it's like a puzzle. We all have something to bring and it all just fits.
So since we got here, we visited the Wrigley Association, we did some coloring, he's on the wheel. I like that it's a lot of family and stuff for the kids. We're looking forward for the movie in the park, and I just think it's a great setup.
While neighbors enjoyed food and great company, a special screening of Dr. Dolittle was held at dusk to end the night.
It's free for families to come out to watch the movie. Like right now it's hard because of COVID-19 and everything. A lot of people don't really have a lot of money to actually do this. And it's nice that they have free events like this.
For more information, contact District 6 at longbeach.gov.
Good morning, everybody. You know, those birds behind me seem a lot more excited to be here than this group. So let me try again. Good morning, everybody. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, everybody, let's get this party started. You know why we're here. Thank you for being here with us today on this grand opening of the Pier J Bike Path. This project launches a new scenic bikeway that's available for everyone to enjoy. The project complements really nicely all of the other bike and livability improvements that we've done in this city in the last few years, especially in the last few years. The bikeway that we're celebrating today runs directly along the waterfront, but it's the first bike and pedestrian path within the Port of Long Beach. So to President Colonna, Commissioner Wiseman, Director Mario Cordero, Saul Sen, who's here with the 2nd Council District, thank you all for your efforts and for making this project a reality. It is truly a gem. Thank you. When it comes to projects like these, they don't happen with the work of just one city department. It requires a collaboration across multiple departments and outside agencies as well. So I'd like to acknowledge the staff and the teams from the different departments, Public Works and Harbor, and also the funding partners that is critical to make this happen. So thank you all for your assistance as well. This project is of regional importance, and we're really proud of the fact that it connects with the LA River Trail. The location, can't say enough about the location. It's an alluring location. It's one of the few places you can actually see the open ripple tides in Long Beach. And what about the skyline of our beautiful city? The project will also establish a critical connection between not just our downtown bikeway, but our citywide bike network that's growing every single day. So here within the waterfront itself, connections to the Queen Mary, the Carnival Cruise Line, our hotels, and many, many restaurants. So thank you all again for being here. I'd like to now introduce Raul Sen from our second council district, who's going to say a few words on behalf of Councilwoman Allen. Raul?
Hello, hello. Good morning. Thank you for being here. I'm here on behalf of Councilwoman Allen, who sadly couldn't be here today. Many of you know she lives in downtown, but a little known fact is that she's quite the avid bike rider. So we were absolutely thrilled to learn about this project. Councilwoman Allen greatly appreciates the partnership of our harbor commissioners and harbor staff and our public works team on this project that is part city and part harbor. This is an excellent attraction at the southeastern end of our city's bike trails and a good way for our residents to be able to see our port operations up close. Another thank you to LA Metro and our California Transportation Commission and Caltrans for funding this project. This project brings together lighting and safety, better lighting and safety and comfort. And we now have wonderful views from 2 observation decks, public restrooms, wayfinding maps and signs, and a good information displayed about the biodiversity of our harbor area. In short, we have a wonderful outdoor recreational area that will be an asset to residents and visitors for years to come. Thank you again, and I'll turn it over to our esteemed Harbor Commissioner President, Frank Colonna. Thank you.
Thank you, Raul. You said esteemed? Good morning, Long Beach, and good morning, everyone, for being here today, and welcome to this outstanding event. Thank you, Eric, and of course, Councilwoman Allen, for being such a great supporter of this bike path. The sun is shining on our Long Beach this morning. It's a beautiful day and a great day to be outdoors and together. What a change from what's been going on over the last numerous months. This is the first time we've had an in-person event like this in more than a year. The port has been working hard to reach out to everyone in a virtual format, but it's difficult to top our opportunity to be actually together. As president of the Long Beach Board of Harbor Commissioners, I'm normally talking about big ships and international trade, and my colleague Sharon Wiseman is here with me, and she'll be giving a few words in just a moment. However, I'm especially pleased when we could create something like this for our community. So now the Southwest Waterfront Pier J bike and pedestrian path becomes an excellent new way for the community to safely access the port by bicycle or on foot. I commend the port and the city teams for collaborating to make this event this project a real reality. This is one more example of the great work that happens with outstanding partnerships. This also now becomes a real boon for our city, because especially for those of us who embrace greener forms of transportation and amazing vistas afforded by our part of California's beautiful coastline. Thanks to everyone who has had a hand in this project, our great city colleagues in Public Works, our port team, and both LA Metro and Caltrans who helped with the funding. So thank you so much, and enjoy the balance of your day and the rest of this event. And I introduce my colleague Sharon Wiseman. Sharon?
Thank you so much, President Colonna. Welcome to all of you here. This is a very exciting day, and I'm glad you could all be here. I have long been an advocate of I'm not going to say alternate forms of transportation, because we shouldn't think of car as the primary and everything else alternate. But I welcome you all here who came on 2 wheels or on 2 feet. And so thank you all for being here. I'm so excited for this event. I want to thank the people who were involved, obviously the Port, Public Works in Long Beach, Metro, Caltrans, the harbor commissioners who came before me who made this possible. But this is such an exciting opportunity, not only to have an additional bike path in Long Beach, but to have more people seeing the port and what is surely the economic engine of our region. So welcome everybody, and I look forward very soon to seeing you all on that bike trail. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. And now we have our Executive Director, Mario Cordero. Mario.
Okay, good morning, everybody. What you have here is a grand project. You know, back years ago when we passed the Green Port policy, those of you may remember that at the time the port said that this port complex was not going to be a benefit for the few, but a benefit for the many. And what that meant was the Green Port policy had a plan of action to be community engaged. And here's an example of where we've gone, whether it's funding the nonprofits and funding the arts. And in this case, again, a community trail here, a bike trail, where citizens of Long Beach and people who live outside of Long Beach can enjoy, right in the port complex. So let me just, first of all, say that this bike path commences at the Queen Mary Bridge, goes to the Hotel Maya, and comes into the complex. Yeah. As it was said before, it's the first bike path within the port complex. Now, behind you, you see these restrooms. And those restrooms are in the form of a container. So I think that's the other aspect in terms of how at the Port of Long Beach we think out of the box. And I'm glad containerization is not just about commerce and goods, but also about having restrooms. And again, in this particular pier, many of us who lived in Long Beach for so many years, this used to be a fishing place where people came fishing on the weekends, and look at, we still do it here. So again, another example of how, again, we want to make sure that we're community engaged. I want to thank our funding partners, Caltrans, the state of California, and Metro. This would not have happened without the support. And last, I have two more points. I also want to thank Mark Bixby. Those of you who remember Mark, I could tell you none of this would have come into fruition but for his passion and advocacy that he felt biking back in that day. It was so important, not just to the community's health, but the recreational activities. And I am so proud of the fact that the Port of Long Beach listened to Mark Bixby, and now you have not only the bike path over the bridge to everywhere, but now into the port complex. I also want to thank the staff, the port staff, Ron Richardson in design, Raymond Chua, construction management, Gary Newman in our surveys department, Trang Nguyen in our programs management, Jonathan Raspa, Allison Yo, who put a lot of time into this in our transportation division, who's now with Metro, and Fred Greco, our director of maintenance, and of course our harbor patrol, who day in, day out during these challenging year, they have been here not only securing the port, but making sure that citizens, again, are safe. And I also want to thank last our managing of engineering, Sean Gamet, who's not here, but for all that vision in terms of what now has come into being the great bike path into the Port of Long Beach. So thank you so much for your time and being here this morning. Again, we're not finished with regard to what we need to do here at the Port of Long Beach, not only in terms of growing the business, but making sure we further our community engagement and benefit the community. And like I said, it's not about a benefit for the few, it's about a benefit for the many. So thank you so much this morning.
Thank you, everybody. And so I know you're all anxious to get out there and ride your bikes. So just wanted to say some final words. Thank you for being here. We're going to do a really quick photo shoot. We can have some of the cameras start moving up. That'll be great. Everyone here is invited to join us for the bike ride after this quick photo. So get your bikes, get your helmets, and get ready. Thank you all for joining us today.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Just want to make sure everyone's awake for this very special occasion. I'm State Senator Lina Gonzalez, very proud to represent the 33rd Senate District, including my wonderful hometown of Long Beach. I want to thank everyone for being here for this exciting moment. As we've often talked about, last year was unprecedented. It was challenging and very trying, but at least we have some light at the end of the tunnel with this great celebration. Today, we will present checks on behalf of the state of California. Many folks in the legislature, our pro tem, Tony Atkins, and our governor, reporting $14.5 million to the city of Long Beach and our local organizations, Centro Cha and TCC Family Health, and many community organizations that advocated for these improvements. This summer, the state legislature passed a historic $262.6 billion budget, historic, unprecedented, with record financial commitments to small business, healthcare, education, childcare, and of course, one of my favorites, broadband. And in collaboration with many advocates joining me here today, I successfully helped secure state discretionary funds for projects in central Long Beach, including $1 million in capital support for the new TCC Family Health and Wellness site here in Cambodia Town. Yes. I want to thank Dr. Elise Nicholas and all the members at TCC for their immense contributions to equitable access to health care in the city of Long Beach and beyond. TCC Family Health is a long-standing Long Beach institution that provides high-quality and affordable health care to our underserved communities, and we are so excited and proud for this clinic. We also secured $5 million for an inclusive business and workforce development center operated by Centro Cha. I'd like to recognize Jessica Quintana and the whole Centro Cha team, a well-known champion for Latino and communities of color and immigrant communities locally. Centro Cha, as we know, has a track record for being a bold leader in community-based workforce development programs and does so much incredible work for our youth and for our community, and we thank you. Finally, we are proud to announce, I know the list keeps going on, $8.5 million from MacArthur Park, rehabilitation right here in the heart of Long Beach, central Long Beach. MacArthur Park, as we know, is an essential community space for Cambodia Town with the Homeland Cultural Center and the Gamboa Theater. This park hosts programming that is critically important to the community. Thank you so much to Brent Dennis, our new Parks and Rec Director and Marine Department, and as well for the City of Long Beach for highlighting this, but most importantly for the many organizations who pushed and advocated to ensure this actually fell through. AOC 7, we have Mary Simmons here, Rocio, so many from AOC 7, Friends of MacArthur Park, Cambodia Town Inc., Khmer Parents Association, UCC, Midtown Business Improvement District, Midtown Neighborhood Association, Mr. Charles Song, Mr. Wayne Cheney, City Fabric, Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. We have Sunny Central as well, and many organizations who came through to ensure this was prioritized. You know, when the Senate asked me to put together a list, we went through the district and asked all of our city officials to put this list together with us. And I had no idea that the list would be completely 100% implemented, both in Southeast Los Angeles and here in City of Long Beach, in places that need it the most. And I am so very proud and thankful for that, and thanks to all of you for being here. So with that, I'd like to turn to my friend, introduce our mayor, Robert Garcia, to provide additional remarks.
Well, good morning, everybody. I just want to start by just saying that I tell her all the time, but I am so glad that Lina Gonzalez is our state senator. I'm so glad that she is our state senator. And I think today is a good example of her work in Sacramento. We are grateful in Long Beach to have great representation. And especially grateful today that the state is making such a historic and important investment in central Long Beach. Now, we know that particularly 90813, this community has needed so many resources and additional support. I see a lot of neighbors here from the community, which is great to see. I see a lot of advocates and community leaders. So thank you from our Latino community, Cambodian community, just all across the city. I see some educators here, folks that are also involved in workforce development. Just thank you all for your being here. And what I'm really excited about is the funding that's being provided by the state is significant. If you can imagine, just for MacArthur Park alone, and I've been following along, particularly with AOC 7 and all the workshops and the community charrettes you've had to redevelop the park, and to think that this amount of resources is going to allow you to rebuild and create an incredibly special place is really, really important. And we're very, very grateful to the state senator for that support. And of course, to the resources coming in for the children's clinic, amazing. And the resources coming in to Centro Cha, incredible. And you've all seen the drawings for this center that I know Jessica has been talking about for years. And so this would not be possible without Senator Gonzalez's leadership and support. I also just want to add that we know that what's being really talked about today are special projects for this community. But Senator Gonzalez has led on a variety of other state projects that we may not be talking about today, but are really important. She's led efforts to ensure that more people in our state get health coverage. She's led efforts to ensure that we're cleaning up the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles. She voted to ensure that in this very own zip code, that later this year we're going to launch a guaranteed income program where we're going to give 500 single moms resources every month, $500 a month, over the span of a year to help them bridge the pandemic, which will cover, by the way, many moms that are living at the poverty line. She also supported that in her work in the legislature. So there's a lot happening in the central part of the city, and it's because of folks like State Senator Gonzalez and the person I'm going to introduce that we are here to celebrate. With that, I want to introduce someone that already hit the ground running, is a great champion for the neighborhood, is doing a great job on the city council, and I know, fortunately, has a great relationship also with our senator, and that is Dr. Sully Sarl. Let's give her a big round of applause and welcome her.
I know, but I was like, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. I also just want to say how lucky not only we are to have the senator, but an amazing mayor whose incredible leadership has really helped us navigate and manage through this pandemic and ongoing pandemic. You know, when the senator called me to inform me about this great news, all I could do was be silent for a moment, and I was moved to tears. My eyes welled up because this area, this 90813 area, has been neglected for so long. And to have our state representative say, yes, we're getting you $14.5 million from the state and, you know, injecting it into this area that's needed, just means not only so much to me, but all of you that are here today, and many of the people that the senator has thanked, who's been a fighter and an advocate, not just for the area, but the people who live here, to empower everyone to continue to advocate to make it a better place for all of us. So thank you so much, Senator, for your leadership and your advocacy for helping District 6 receive the much needed important project, the funds for all these important projects in the central area, which has had a high need for housing, healthcare, park and green space improvements, and business and workforce development. You know, this area, within this 1 mile area of MacArthur Park, it makes up about 17% of Long Beach population, making it one of the most densely populated area in the city. So it's been long overdue that we're able, thanks to all of the groups who were able to create the vision plan, to be able to now be able to put that into life, and just so grateful of the senator's support. In addition to her support to making sure TCC has the funding to build the health and wellness site where we're going to get 88 units affordable supportive housing through Bridge Housing. and also supporting Central Cha so that we have this inclusive business and workforce development center, much needed in this time as we're recovering from the pandemic and where everyone is certainly needing support as we get back on our feet. So I just can't thank the senator and also with the mayor's support in ensuring that we have this guaranteed income pilot program that's going to complement the investment projects. And we also are going to have some amazing upcoming projects to improve the Anaheim corridor that will complement nicely to the development projects as well as other investment in recovery. So I'm just so appreciative of all of this amazing investment so that we really can forward the six together with everyone. So with that said, I have the privilege of introducing Jessica Quintana, the Executive Director for Central Cha. Ms. Quintana is a longtime resident with over 25 years of community and public service. There isn't anyone that doesn't know her if you've done community work, right? So I don't have to say much about her except that she has done tremendous work to impact and change the lives of improving low-income Latinx and overall Long Beach community members. Please welcome Ms. Quintana.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Central Cha, we just also want to thank Senator Gonzalez for her historical investment to the organization and to the Central Long Beach through the investment of the state funds, the 33rd District. We also want to thank the City of Long Beach, who's been a champion and a partner with this, having this public-private partnership. You know, the first actually within the Latino community here. So we're just very thankful and grateful for our partnership, understanding that we are, through this $5 million funding, that we are building a business inclusive center to address some of the economic and equity gaps for a lot of our low-income entrepreneurs, for folks who need to grow their business, really trying to recover during the pandemic, creating a space for training. We will have a training kitchen, workshops, state-of-the-art technology center, so we can really address the gaps in technology for our underserved communities. I don't know if some of you folks had the opportunity to look at some of our renderings, but we also want to thank Studio 111 for their partnership and helping the organization to design some of the renderings of the development project that's going to be on Atlantic Avenue. All this, you know, this didn't happen overnight. This has been over 20 years of discussion and needs and talks and advocacy on behalf of the Latino community here in the city. And so, you know, we're just so grateful that we finally have a champion at the state level who cares about our city, who cares about the Senate district, to really fight and make those investments here locally. We're very proud of our city councilwoman, Sully Saro, who now is the leadership of the central area, who understands the economic disparities of our communities, of this diverse community. And so on behalf of Central Cha, our board of directors, who some of our directors are here today, thank you so much for joining us, and some of our honorary advisor members, thank you here for being here. And then, you know, I'd be remiss to recognize, of course, the leadership of our mayor, who always, you know, looks at our community through a lens of how do we make a community a better place for the diversity of Long Beach. You know, we have such a diversity, which is a melting pot, one of the highest diverse cities in the nation. And it's very hard to provide that leadership and be fair. But I just want to also thank him for his leadership. And the city manager's office. I see John Kaiser back there from Economic Development. Whoop, whoop, John. We did it. And of course, our staff. You know, I have one of the hardest working staff in Long Beach. And I could say that because you see them in and about around the city, you know, conducting outreach, engaging our community, providing education, rapid response education for the COVID-19, getting people access to vaccinations, really targeting our young population, our workers and families and immigrants in our community. You know, they are diligently working, helping to integrate our reentry population back to our communities. But we can't do this alone as an organization. It definitely has been through a collaboration and a partnership, and we are just so happy for our partnership to be with our city and with our state representatives and all of our community members here who we work in hand with addressing all the issues in our community. So thank you so much. We appreciate you all, and from the bottom of our heart, we're so excited. I relate to what Sully said when I got that call from Lena as well. We were on a Los Amigos policy meeting talking about the issues again, and I get a call from our state representative, and again, it's so impactful that it does bring us all to tears, because it's been a long time coming for the work that we're doing in the city, and it's a better time now more than ever, because we have so much work with the economic recovery, because we have a lot of families in need and really need that space to come and be able to get back on track and be economically stable in our community. So again, thank you, Lena, so much for leadership and champion, and Mayor Garcia and Councilman Sulisaro and all of our community partners. Thank you. Sorry, wasn't following the script. So I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Nicholas from the Children's Clinic, who's been a partner of Centro Cha for over 20 years as well. She's a mentor and a leader who I highly look up to and call her all the time for advice. Congratulations, Dr. Nicholas, so well deserved, and please welcome Dr. Nicholas from the Children's Clinic.
Thank you, Jessica. It's been a pleasure to watch your organization grow and our organization grow, and all our partners here through the years are so amazing. And I really want to thank Senator Gonzalez. Words can't express how much this means to us. I've been here 32 years. I've never gotten money from the state. We've grown from 23 employees to 440, from one site to 13. We serve 140,000 low-income families of all ages in Long Beach. And this project is really a culmination of a dream of mine. We knew that 90813 was the most impacted area in Long Beach for many, many years. I used to look at the economic development reports. I'd sit in the library and I'd look at all the numbers that were trying to get the businesses to come and show how good everything was. No offense, Mayor, but I'd flip them. And I'd flip them, instead of 90% of people are, doing well, 10% are not. We knew that this was the most impacted area. And we knew that we needed to put our health centers and our clinics where the families were. So 7,000 patients that live within 1 mile of this site. And the site is like right over there on the other side of that very large building. It's that Anaheim and Walnut city block that was offered up for programs, I think now 4 or 5 years ago. It's been a long time. And we were looking to partner to really address the needs in the community. We'd already done care for the homeless. We're at the multi-service center at Century Villages of Cabrillo and have a mobile clinic. We are intentionally serving outpatient homeless patients in this community. I know others do, but we do it from the heart with doctors that went in and nurse practitioners into medicine to do that work. We knew that our families were becoming more and more crowded. Our home visiting programs could barely get through their homes because there's so many people sleeping on the floor, and it breaks my heart. So we partnered with Bridge Housing. It's been a long journey. We're very close now. Groundbreaking should be in September. We're going to have 88 units of affordable and supportive senior housing. The affordable housing will be 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms, so families can live there. And in our wellness and health center, we're going to have 15 exam rooms for pediatrics, adult medicine, and prenatal care. We also are going to have 3 dental operatories, a place for acupuncture, and really in a lot of behavioral health. Pacific Asian Counseling Services will be co-located with us to do the Cambodian population. We have been looking for Khmer-speaking behavioral health practitioners, but there are not a lot of them, and we've been partnering with PACS for many years. Myron Kwan is the new CEO, and he's here somewhere, and his staff, Richard San, is also here, and his lovely wife, who heads Cambodia Town, Inc. And I think we also have a lot. The wellness center is really my dream. It is a large 8,000 square foot area with a 4,000 square foot courtyard. We have like 4 stories above us. So we're going to try to do some container gardening in the courtyard with seedlings, but I'm hoping maybe the park will have a bigger garden that we can then send people to plant their seedlings. So that's what my dream is, because we're only a block away. So we've already worked with the librarian, and our dream is to really be an important part of this triangle that can serve the community. In the wellness center, we have flexible meeting space, and we're just so hoping that our partners will join us. We've had discussions with KGA, with Cambodia Town Inc., with UCC. We've had some peripheral discussions about the dance troupe. So we're really hoping that that space will be flexible, and we're building it that way, that we will be doing some of our usual health education activities, but we will also be doing things with the community and really what the community wants. I want to thank my staff who are here. Just wave your hands. They're amazing. And our board member, Jeremiah Rossborough, who is also a dad who takes his daughter to Dr. Schumer. And we're very lucky to have Charles Song and join us recently also. And I really want to thank the mayor. Thank you so much for all you do. And Sue Lee, I remember when we'd sit in a hotel bar and dream about what we were going to do. I wasn't drinking. It was building healthy communities, early days. And sorry. I'm not a drinker really, but anyway, we would dream and we would listen to each other's lives, and I would always learn. I love this diverse community. It's in my heart. I'm the granddaughter of immigrants. I really can feel for people that come with nothing, although we did not go through what many of our community members have gone through. And I really want to thank Lena again. I'm looking forward to meeting the new park director, and thank you all. So thank you. And come see our poster. It's the smallest one, but I can show you everything on it and explain it. So I'm very honored I forgot to mention our partners, AOC 7. We've had over 4 community meetings with different groups, and AOC 7 has helped us in that, and UCC has gotten people together, Cambodia Town Inc. We want the voices of the community. My architects are sick of hearing from me about that. It is my pleasure to introduce Rocio Torres, who is the AOC 7 and Friends of the Park, and we're so lucky to have them, and we are so humbled and so blessed and so fortunate to be doing this project. Look forward to working with everyone. Thank you. And please continue to wear your masks, and if you need anyone to talk to anyone about vaccines, many of you know I'm a doctor, but many don't. I'm a pediatrician with a degree in public health, and I'm happy to try to talk to people. I won't judge. I will try to be understanding, but we really need to get people vaccinated. So thank you.
Well, first of all, I do want to say welcome. Welcome to our park, and bienvenidos a todos a nuestro parque. So my name, like Dr. Nichols said, my name is Rocio Torres. I am a member of the Friends of MacArthur Park and a board member of AOC 7 Neighborhood Group. I promised everyone I wasn't crying. I wasn't going to cry, but I'm so emotional, and I want to thank everybody for being here. I am also a lifelong resident of 90813. This is the area that I grew up in, and this is the area that I chose to stay in after I graduated with my master's degree. So coming to this park and ensuring that I was able to come with my siblings to pick up summer meals like all our students are doing now, and make sure that the park was safe for me. That's what we want to do here with Friends of MacArthur Park. Friends of MacArthur Park was created in 2017 to help improve the condition of the park in hopes of making a safer outdoor space for the community, especially our children. MacArthur Park is an important space for the residents of the 6th District, as everyone has mentioned, and many of who live in multi-family housing with limited outdoor spaces. For the past several years, Friends of MacArthur Park have been developing a vision plan for major improvements to our park. After months of advocating for funding and collaborating with stakeholders, in 2019, City Fabric and community stakeholders worked with residents to assess the park needs and assets, and as well as the physical condition of the park to create a master plan from our park. After weeks of meetings and community outreach, Friends of MacArthur Park went to City Hall with all our wonderful stakeholders and again advocated for our park, a park that has been neglected for over 40 years. But here we are today. Thank you so much. Thank you to the state of California for the recent funding of $8.5 million to support the implementation of our vision plan. Thank you to our neighbors and all the community stakeholders, AOC Save Neighborhood Group, City Fabric, the Land Trust, Khmer Parents Association is here with us, United Cambodian Community, Senator Gonzalez, our Councilwoman Saro, and our Parks and Rec, fabulous Meredith Reynolds. All of these people helped us, and again, thank you for being here with us today, and thank you from the bottom of our heart, especially for our children. This is for our kids. I want to introduce our amazing Brett Dennis. He is our Parks and Rec and Marine Department Director of City of Long Beach. Give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Rocio. Well, what a better place to gather to celebrate some significant investment in Central Long Beach. So it was truly a heartwarming moment this morning when I finally got to meet in person Senator Lena Gonzalez. So we want to thank her again for everything. Thank you. So I'm reminded every Tuesday night when City Council meets how important the vision and the leadership is of our mayor and also our council members. And it was mentioned earlier that she hit the ground running. I was so impressed when I first got to meet Councilwoman Dr. Sulisaro of the high level view and vision and commitment to community engagement that she had and she maintains to this day. So I really appreciate advocates at the leadership level that understand how important parks are. And I think over the past year and a half, it's been clear how essential our parks and also our recreational opportunities are to a healthy, fit community. And as we gather today, and I'm also a landscape architect, I'm reminded how important trees and shade. Most people are actually standing in the shade, so that's human nature, so that's really cool. Also, you know, in terms of leadership, we have a stellar Parks and Recreation Commission, and I think our commission chair, David Zanata, is here somewhere. I saw him earlier, but we appreciate his leadership and the advocacy that all of our commissioners have. The future is going to be exciting for this very place. Parks really do help build community and resiliency. I'm going to have a really great honor here shortly to introduce you to what it's all about, but I also want to pause because one of the truly significant partnerships within the City of Long Beach team is Parks, Recreation, and Marine and how we work effectively with our Public Works Department. And Eric Lopez, who's one of my colleagues, he's here, and he leads a really wonderful and very effective Public Works Department. So, Eric, I want to give a shout out to you. So now I'm saving the best for last. I'm going to ask if they could come forward what this is all about, and it's about the future. But Miss Heather and the MacArthur Park youth actually have a special presentation they'd like to make to all of our leaders here today. So let's welcome up these kids. They're great kids. So they put their artistic talents to work, and they've actually created some thank you cards for Senator Gonzalez and for Mayor Garcia and Councilwoman Sulisaro. We thank you for your leadership. And I guess Mr. L.A. Dodgers has one for me. So with that, thank you. But stay tuned. You're going to see some wonderful things sprout from this landscape in MacArthur Park. And there's a glimpse of that in terms of community engagement. We have some renderings on the easels over by Senator Gonzalez's quarters. But again, it's all about building community. And thank you very much for being here today. I'll turn it back over to the Senator. Thank you.
Well,
now I'm officially going to cry because of this beautiful Senator Gonzalez thank you card from these wonderful kids who actually live in Central Long Beach. Thank you guys so much. This park is for you. So with that, we're going to turn over to these billboards here, and we're going to take some pictures with the checks, and we'll formally present to each agency. Thank you so much for being here.
It is my pleasure to welcome you here to the Long Beach Fire Department Station 1. My name is Julie Ruano. I am the Communications Specialist for the Guidance Center. It is an honor to be joined here by Patricia Costales, LCSW and CEO of the Guidance Center, and also Javier Espino, Fire Chief for the City of Long Beach, and Eric Garcia, Fire Chief for the City of Burbank and President of the Los Angeles Area Fire Chiefs Association. The Guidance Center, along with our firefighter and paramedic partners, welcome you to our press conference to announce the launch of the award-winning First Response Mental Health Training videos in honor of National Mental Health Awareness Month. First responders increasingly play a critical role during emergencies that involve a mental health element. The First Response Mental Health Training is a new series of web-based training modules that provide first responders with essential orientation to readily identify the signs of mental illness in the field and to de-escalate these encounters safely and effectively. The First Response Mental Health Training video series was produced by combining the Guidance Center's 75 years of mental health and trauma expertise with the reputable knowledge base from the Los Angeles Area Fire Chiefs Association, the Los Angeles Area Regional Training Group, the Long Beach Fire Department, and their mental health evaluation teams. Formatted to be shown between calls, this series provides EMS professionals with a cost-effective, ongoing mental health training program without requiring departments to incur the typical expenses associated with one-day crisis intervention trainings. Funded by a grant from the Amundsen Foundation, the videos can be accessed on the Guidance Center's website today at no cost to any fire department across the country. At this point, I will turn it over to Patricia Costales, LCSW, and the CEO of the Guidance Center.
Thank you and welcome everybody. I am Tricia Costales. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Guidance Center. We are a Long Beach-based nonprofit children's mental health organization serving close to 3,500 children and families every year. You might reasonably ask what a children's mental health agency is doing, partnering with fire departments to produce training videos. I think that's a reasonable question. Our primary mission is, of course, to provide very effective mental health care to the children that we serve. Our secondary mission is to use our leadership role in the mental health community to help to erase the stigma around mental health and to partner with community organizations and governments to really improve the stigma around mental health and to create more trauma-informed communities for our children to grow up in. The story of these training videos really began several years ago with law enforcement. I was on a phone call with then LA County Sheriff Jim McDonnell, and we were talking about the barriers to training first responders in the very many things in which they need training. Training requires taking people out out of the field, off the streets. And that created the idea to create a series of videos instead. The goal being that they be short enough and practical and pragmatic so that people did not have to be taken off the streets. They could be seen during roll call or in between calls. At that time, we reached out to the Amundsen Foundation as a nonprofit. We were able to secure funding. I enlisted the support of an Emmy Award-winning film documentary producer, Matthew Murray, and we partnered with Long Beach Police, LAPD, and the Sheriff's Department to produce a series of training videos on mental health, very similar to these we're presenting today. We thought at that time, if we got a handful of police departments to see them, it would be a success. Within 2 weeks of launch, over 200 police departments accessed our free videos. Now, today, well over 400 departments as far away as Perth, Australia, are using our videos. That, to me, spoke to a real thirst in the community for knowledge and skills around mental health. So at that point, I reached out to our friends in Long Beach Fire to see if there was interest to do something similar for them, and they referred me to RTG, the Regional Training Group, which is an amazing collaboration of all 29 LA County fire departments who come together to train in unison. And with their help and, again, funding from Amundsen, we were able to produce these training videos for fire departments. And once again, because of the funding from Amundsen, we're able to put them for free on our website for any fire department anywhere who wants to make use of them. You know, mental health is something that is clearly very important to me. It's how I've dedicated my career. But we all know the urgency of this. 1 in 4 adults, 1 in 4 children in the United States right now suffer from a diagnosable mental illness. But we know only about 25% of those people actually get treatment. 70% increase in suicide rates amongst children in the last decade. A 70%. And none of us have been blind to the increase of the homeless mentally ill on our streets. And this was all pre-COVID. So the impact of the isolation and the withdrawal and the anxiety of COVID, we have to believe and understand that that has only exacerbated our mental health crisis. It's more important than ever that we are all trained in understanding what this is when we see it and how to effectively interact with our mentally ill in crisis. It's especially important for our first responders. And I can't tell you how grateful I am to this group of fire departments who so eagerly embraced partnering with us on this. I'm really proud of the videos we produced together. I was promised a ride in a fire truck and I didn't get one. I'm still holding out hope, but I'm really very, very proud of the videos, and I hope that they go a long way to creating more trauma-informed responses in the field. I particularly want to thank Long Beach Fire. We could not have done this without them. The Guidance Center is headquartered in Long Beach, so they're our partner department, and without the Heart team and Darren Curry, we would not have been able to pull this off. So a special thank you to them.
Thank you, Patricia. I'll now turn it over to Chief Espino, Fire Chief of the City of Long Beach.
Good morning. Thank you for your participation with us today on the kickoff for the Mental Health Awareness video training series. I'd also like to thank the Guidance Center, LA Area Fire Chiefs Association, LA Area Regional Training Group, and the Amundsen Foundation for partnering with the Long Beach Fire Department to put on these videos. First response mental health training addresses the evolving needs of pre-hospital care and addresses situations that are often overlooked in preparing firefighters as they deal with acute medical events on the streets of our cities. In Long Beach, we see the value of providing this type of training to our employees. It is essential to provide them with the tools necessary to navigate the impacts of personal trauma experienced on the job, as well as navigate the impacts of personal trauma in private life, and finding ways to successfully mitigate situations that can quickly escalate when dealing with patients experiencing a mental health crisis. First responders are increasingly being called upon to serve not only as paramedics and firefighters, but to step into the role as a crisis manager. These roles include, in some cases, a social worker and therapist. First response mental health training provides the tools to keep firefighters, paramedics, and the community safe. In the fire service, there is an expectation that firefighters will always be ready to respond at a moment's notice. Regardless of the situation, firefighters are taught to push forward through adversity and focus on the mission. However, that approach needs to be adjusted based on the situation. We're dealing with increasing incidents involving patients that present with various symptoms associated with a mental health crisis. It is up to us to learn about these potential scenarios and look to professionals for guidance and direction as we develop tools that will assist us in de-escalation techniques. First response mental health training is formatted in a way that allows easy access for in-station training. This reduces the need for out-of-service training and maximizes access for personnel to attain training that can be worked around the schedule of the station and keeps the resources in service to respond to emergencies. The fire service must change the way we do business. We must evolve to the ever-changing climate of our communities and provide services that meet unmet needs that have been overlooked for far too long. The first response mental health training is another tool that will assist us in meeting these demands and doing it in a way that addresses the root of the problem and not simply the symptoms. Change is a process. Tradition sometimes gets in the way of that. The mental health of those wearing the badge is something we need to evaluate. We must stay ever vigilant of each other and look after each other. We must eliminate the stigma surrounding mental health in the fire service. Efforts must be made to connect our personnel with resources that are there to help, such as the first response mental health training resource. We must create an environment where it is acceptable and even encouraged to ask for help. We must take a proactive approach to addressing mental health issues with our personnel. As leaders of our organizations, we need to take the mental health of our personnel seriously. Unaddressed mental health related issues can cause career-ending and unfortunately, in some cases, life-changing events. Providing resources to our personnel and our community has been something that the Long Beach Fire Department has made a priority. We continue to evolve and find innovative ways to focus on those we serve, as well as addressing the needs of those that answer the call to serve. The fire department is in the business of taking care of people, regardless of who they are, where they live, their race, their gender, or their socioeconomic status. Various ways that the Long Beach Fire Department addresses this is based upon the following results-based solutions. The Long Beach Fire Department has a robust critical incident stress management program where we send specially trained fire personnel to support other fire personnel who have responded to or experienced a traumatic incident or event. The peer support system has been in place with our department for over 25 years and continues to be the primary source for supporting our own when the need arises. A department-wide wellness program is also available to personnel to provide additional supportive services that include conditioning and strength training, wellness lectures that focus on good nutrition, and mental health lectures with an emphasis placed on developing and maintaining a whole body approach to wellness. Additional effort to support mental health awareness includes a department-wide training class. This 8-hour course for our firefighters teaches a 5-step action plan encompassing the skills, resources, and knowledge to help an individual in crisis connect with appropriate professional, peer, and self-help care. The class, titled Mental Health First Aid for Fire and EMS, guides firefighters through the unique risk factors and warning signs of mental health problems. In addition, firefighters learn about the importance of early intervention and how first responders can help someone in crisis or experiencing a mental health challenge. This class was done in partnership with Mental Health First Aid USA, a program managed, operated, and disseminated by the National Council for Behavioral Health. Mental Health First Aid is included on the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's National Registry of Evidence-Based Programs and Practices. In addition, in November 2016, the Long Beach Fire Department also introduced the Homeless Education and Response Team, or HEART. Their mission statement was to reduce the number of fire department response to individuals in experiencing homelessness through the rapid response to 911 calls for service, collaboration with continuum of care partners, and educating the fire service and community members about local resources and the issues surrounding homelessness. This included addressing issues related to managing individuals experiencing a mental health crisis. Upon its inception, one of the goals of the Long Beach Fire Department HEART Unit was to provide education to firefighters and paramedics about the complex and diverse needs of the unsheltered homeless population and how to connect homeless individuals to appropriate services. Based on research developed and published under the County of Los Angeles Homelessness Initiative, Phase 1 of Strategy E4, which outlines creating a coordinated system through first responder training. This training will emphasize strategies for dealing with situations that arise among the large populations of individuals experiencing homelessness and who have mental health problems. In keeping with this strategy to enhance first responder training, the incorporation of the first response mental health training into our department training curriculum will provide immediate value to our agency and region. We are in the business of saving lives. It is imperative that we continue to provide the best resources possible to our personnel as they go out into our communities and respond to those experiencing a crisis. Having a resource that was created by professionals in support of first responders is essential, not only for our patients, but also our firefighters. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Espino. Now I'll turn it over to Chief Garcia, Fire Chief for the City of Burbank and President of the Los Angeles Fire Chiefs Association.
Thank you, and good morning. I'm pleased and privileged to be able to be participating in this event this morning. This is something that's been long overdue and really a nice tool that we're going to be able to utilize as a fire department. Firefighters and paramedics in Los Angeles region are accustomed to facing a wide range of emergencies and are the most highly trained first responders in the world. But thanks to this new tool, the First Response Mental Health Training video series, our region's firefighters and paramedics will be even better equipped to deal with the certain solutions that they face daily. And those are the scenarios that involve mental illness. Firefighters and paramedics currently receive some training on various nuances and manifestations of mental health disorders, but this training will bring to them a new level. The First Response Mental Health Training video series delivers essential orientation to first responders to better identify signs of mental illness in the field and the know-how to de-escalate these encounters safely and effectively. According to the National Institute of Mental Health, nearly 1 in 5 U.S. adults lives with mental illness. This equates to over 5 million Americans. This is a significant number. Mental illness, known to be a major contributor to homelessness, which is known to be a significant and growing problem in the Los Angeles area. So this timing couldn't be better. Why else is this training needed and so highly valued at this particular time? We are all acquainted with the numerous stressors related to the COVID pandemic. And sadly, this pandemic has been a tremendous stressor in the lives of millions. Barriers to mental health treatment rose greatly during the pandemic and increased restrictions to healthcare facilities. Continuous media coverage of the pandemic for many intensified anxiety and fear for individuals with pre-existing mental health illness. The period during and following the pandemic has been known over the years to be associated with an increase in various mental health illness impacts such as depression and even suicide. This training is very timely. This video series teaches practical skills to help first responders with a broad range of concerns. The topics covered include de-escalation and assessment of the mentally ill, interfacing with homeless and mentally ill, active suicide, understanding autism, what to do when it's a child, limitations of psychiatric holds, empathetic notification, and self-care. The First Response Mental Health Training video series stresses the importance of emergency medical personnel relying on their tactical training, while also providing understanding of people with mental illness are going through and the tactics to safely de-escalate a mental health crisis situation. So as an organization, the Los Angeles Fire Chiefs Association embraces this training and looks forward to its use by thousands of first responders in the Los Angeles region. On behalf of our region's fire chiefs, I would like to thank the Guidance Center for an excellent training program and encourage all first responders in this region and beyond to avail themselves to this excellent training. It will also allow a group to be more compassionate and more effective when dealing with mental health illness. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Alexis Rodriguez, and this is your Long Beach Brief. September is coming up, and the Parks, Recreation, and Marine Department is now offering several in-person recreation classes for all ages. Now is the time to get active or try a new hobby. Classes range from cooking to dance and even Zumba. Registration begins now, so sign up online, over the phone, or in person. The Uptown Jazz Festival is back and bigger than ever. That's right, this free community event will be packed with music, food, and fun. On Friday, August 20th, unwind with live performances at the White Party in the evening. Then on Saturday, August 21st, bring the entire family for the all-day open street block party. Participate and activate Artesia Boulevard and stick around for a special performance by the one and only Sheila E. The Uptown Jazz Festival will be held on Artesia Boulevard in Houghton Park, right here in Long Beach. We'll see you there. That's all we have for this week. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.
All right, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Just want to make sure everyone's awake for this very special occasion. I'm State Senator Lina Gonzalez, very proud to represent the 33rd Senate District, including my wonderful hometown of Long Beach. I want to thank everyone for being here for this exciting moment. As we've often talked about, last year was unprecedented. It was challenging and very trying, but at least we have some light at the end of the tunnel with this great celebration. Today, we will present checks on behalf of the state of California. Many folks in the legislature, Pro Tem, Tony Atkins, and our governor also supporting $14.5 million to the City of Long Beach and our local organizations, Centro Cha and TCC Family Health, and many community organizations that advocated for these improvements. This summer, the state legislature passed a historic $262.6 billion budget, historic, unprecedented, with record financial commitments to small business, healthcare, education, childcare, and of course, one of my favorites, broadband. And in collaboration with many advocates joining me here today, I successfully helped secure state discretionary funds for projects in Central Long Beach, including $1 million in capital support for the new TCC Family Health and Wellness site here in Cambodia Town. Yes. I want to thank Dr. Elise Nicholas and all the members at TCC for their immense contributions to equitable access to health care in the city of Long Beach and beyond. TCC Family Health is a long-standing Long Beach institution that provides high-quality and affordable health care to our underserved communities, and we are so excited and proud for this clinic. We also secured $5 million for an inclusive business and workforce development center operated by Centro Cha. I'd like to recognize Jessica Quintana and the whole Centro Cha team, a well-known champion for Latino and communities of color and immigrant communities locally. Centro Cha, as we know, has a track record for being a bold leader in community-based workforce development programs and does so much incredible work for our youth and for our community, and we thank you. Finally, we are proud to announce, I know the list keeps going on, $8.5 million for MacArthur Park rehabilitation right here in the heart of Long Beach, Central Long Beach. MacArthur Park, as we know, is an essential community space for Cambodia Town with the Homeland Cultural Center and the Gamboa Theater. This park hosts programming that is critically important to the community. Thank you so much to Brent Dennis, our new Parks and Rec Director and Marine Department, and as well for the City of Long Beach for highlighting this, but most importantly for the many organizations who pushed and advocated to ensure this actually fell through. AOC7, we have Mary Simmons here, Rocio from AOC7, Friends of MacArthur Park, Cambodia Town Inc., Khmer Parents Association, UCC, Midtown Business Improvement District, Midtown Neighborhood Association, Mr. Charles Song, Mr. Wayne Cheney, City Fabric, Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. We have Sunny Central as well, and many organizations who came through to ensure this was prioritized. You know, when the Senate asked me to put together a list, we went through the district and asked all of our city officials put this list together with us. And I had no idea that the list would be completely 100% implemented, both in Southeast Los Angeles and here in City of Long Beach, in places that need it the most. And I am so very proud and thankful for that, and thanks to all of you for being here. So with that, I'd like to turn to my friend, introduce our mayor, Robert Garcia, to provide additional remarks.
Well, good morning, everybody. I just want to start by just saying that I tell her all the time, but I am so glad that Lena Gonzalez is our state senator. I'm so glad that she is our state senator. And I think today is a good example of her work in Sacramento. We are grateful in Long Beach to have great representation. And especially grateful today that the state is making such a historic and important investment in Central Long Beach. Now, we know that particularly 90813, this community has needed so many resources and additional support. I see a lot of neighbors here from the community, which is great to see. I see a lot of advocates and community leaders. So thank you from our Latino community, Cambodian community, just all across the city. I see some educators here, folks that are also involved in workforce development. Just thank you all for your being here. And what I'm really excited about is the funding that's being provided by the state is significant. If you can imagine, just for MacArthur Park alone, and I've been following along, particularly with AOC7 and all the workshops and the community charrettes you've had to redevelop the park. And to think that this amount of resources is going to allow you to rebuild and create an incredibly special place is really, really important. And we're very, very grateful to the state senator for that support. And of course, to the resources coming in for the children's clinic, amazing. And the resources coming in to Centro Cha, incredible. And you've all seen the drawings for this center that I know Jessica has been talking about for years. And so this would not be possible without Senator Gonzalez's leadership and support. I also just want to add that we know that what's being really talked about today are special projects for this community. But Senator Gonzalez has led on a variety of other state projects that we may not be talking about today, but are really important. She's led efforts to ensure that more people in our state get health coverage. She's led efforts to ensure that we're cleaning up the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles. She voted to ensure that in this very own zip code, that later this year we're going to launch a guaranteed income program where we're going to give 500 single moms resources every month, $500 a month, over the span of a year to help them bridge the pandemic, which will cover, by the way, many moms that are living at the poverty line. She also supported that in her work in the legislature. So there's a lot happening in the central part of the city, and it's because of folks like State Senator Gonzalez and the person I'm going to introduce that we are here to celebrate. With that, I want to introduce someone that already hit the ground running, is a great champion for the neighborhood, is doing a great job on the city council, and I know, fortunately for the neighborhood, has a great relationship also with our senator, and that is Dr. Sully Sarr. Let's give her a big round of applause and welcome her.
I know, but I was like, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us today. I also just want to say how lucky not only we are to have the senator, but an amazing mayor whose incredible leadership has really helped us navigate and manage through this pandemic and ongoing pandemic. You know, when the senator called me to inform me about this great news, all I could do was be silent for a moment, and I was moved to tears. My eyes welled up because this area, this 90813 area, has been neglected for so long. And to have our state representative say, yes, we're getting you $14.5 million from the state and, you know, injecting it into this area that's needed, just means not only so much to me, but all of you that are here today, and many of the people that the senator has thanked, who's been a fighter and an advocate, not just for the area, but the people who live here, to empower everyone to continue to advocate to make it a better place for all of us.